Good afternoon. You are live at the BBC Sports Centre. The countdown is on. We have got just under 4 hours to go now until the transfer window shuts in England. 11 p.m. the deadline in Scotland. We have got our army of reporters on standby, ready to bring you the very latest on all of those last-minute deals as they happen. Not much time to go, but here are the headlines of the day so far. A deal for the Crystal Palace striker Jean-Philippe Mateta to AC Milan is now in jeopardy due to issues with his medical. Wolves have accepted a new offer worth up to 48 million from Palace for Jørgen Strand Larsen. Sheffield United have launched a shock loan move for the Manchester City midfielder Kalvin Phillips. Arsenal, they're working on a loan deal for the teenage Hearts striker James Wilson. Fulham have rejected an approach from Everton for Harry Wilson. Celtic have turned down 2 offers from Nottingham Forest for Arne Engels. Liverpool, well, they've agreed a £60 million deal for the defender Jeremy Jacquet. He's been offered a 5.5-year contract, not expected to move to Anfield until the summer. And the Chelsea defender Axel Disasi is expected to join West Ham United on loan too. Right at the heart of the BBC Sports Centre, bringing you all the very latest on those deals. We have got the team hard at work putting the programme together. Emma is working on the fan reaction. We're going to hear from you guys throughout the course of the programme, but our army of football reporters and correspondents have been hard at work through the course of the day from the crack of dawn this morning. So let's find out the very latest of what has been happening. And we'll start with Sammy Motbell. And Sammy, the breaking news that we've had in the last 15 minutes, the deal for Jean-Philippe Mateta from Crystal Palace to AC Milan. What more do we know? Yeah, it was a story I got sort of wind of last night. Been trying to break today. So there've been issues over his medical. My phone pops off. It's live. Yes, there's an issue with his medical, and that deal now looks like to AC Milan looks like it's off. On the back end of that, my understanding is that Palace still intend to go ahead with their move for Jørgen Strand Larsen. But I have to stick a rider in there. This is transfer deadline day and anything can happen. But at the moment, that deal should still go ahead. But Mateta looks like it's off. What else are you working on today? Plenty going on. Yep, Dwight McNeil possibly going to Crystal Palace from Everton. Palace have had a 17 million bid rejected, I'm told. I think they might go back with a renewed effort. Kalvin Phillips possibly to Sheffield United on loan from Manchester City, so there's loads going on. Great stuff. Well, we'll let you crack on. Answer those WhatsApps. We've got our Midlands football reporter Nick Masheter with us as well, finding out a little bit about Jørgen Strand Larsen, but Wolves are keeping busy today.
They are. They're going to try and do a little bit of business. Adam Armstrong's going to come in from Southampton. Angel Gomez obviously coming in from Marseille on loan. It looks like Che Adams is going to be very, very difficult to do now. They're going to run out of time to do that one. It would be a huge surprise if Che Adams walked into the building at Molineux this evening. And keeping across plenty of other deals. Tell us more. Yeah, there's still a little bit. Aston Villa a little bit quiet, as Unai Emery said to us yesterday after they lost to Brentford. He expects their window to essentially be done. There's a few deals going out. Samuel Ling Jr., his loan at West Brom is going to be cancelled. He's going to go to Pisa. Jamaldine Jamoh-Aloba has gone to West Brom to essentially replace him from Aston Villa. And Forest are trying to do a little bit, obviously, as well with Engels from Celtic. Great stuff. We'll keep our eye on all of that. We've got Simon Stone as well. Simon, we'll come across to you. What are you working on?
Well, I've been doing a lot of stories around younger Manchester United players who are going out on loan or not going out on loan. One player who we thought would go, Tyrell Malacia, who's hardly played this season. Manchester United want to keep him in the wake of Patrick Dorgu injuring his hamstring against Arsenal last week. But we've got a lot of younger players going out. So James Scanlon, we think he's going to go to Swindon on loan. Gabriel Biancheri, he is going to go to Rotherham on loan. So that's where Manchester United are doing most of their business. I'm not expecting any major deals. Malacia is the one who might have gone, but he's not going anywhere. Just like it was, I think, in the summer. Simon, for now, thank you very much. All of our reporters filling in reports all across the live text on the BBC Sport website as well, including Shamoon Hafez as well. Sham, tell us what you've been working on.
Yes, it's looking like it's been a quiet day for City for incomings, but they have been working on a couple of outgoings. As you mentioned, Calvin Phillips to Sheffield United looks like could happen on loan, and the other one is Divine Mukasa, the highly rated academy player who's made his breakthrough into the first team this season. Looks like he's going to be going on loan to Leicester City in the Championship.
Great stuff. Well, Sham, we'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much. And as always, we really want to hear your views through the course of the programme as well. The live text on the BBC Sport website is up and running, and that is where Emma Middleton comes in, who is keeping across all of your reaction. Emma.
Hi, but someone told me you'd be swinging by. Good to see you, and yeah, hello to everyone at home. Yes, this is my home for the rest of the afternoon. We've got about 4 hours left until that window shuts, and plenty of you have already been having your say on the BBC Sport website and on YouTube as well, and you're certainly keeping me busy because plenty of you want to have your say. I've been trying to do a little bit of a deep dive into Crystal Palace first, because as Ben's just been having a chat around the newsroom, there's plenty to go at with Mateta and the Strand Larsen deal and whether that will all fall through. Let's kick it off with Daniel in London saying Palace are in a deep trouble. We have lost Gahey and are yet to replace him. Mateta being replaced with Strand Larsen is an awful replacement. We are moving backwards with signings. What next? If you know the answer to that question, get in touch with us. We'd like to hear from you. And what next indeed with the Mateta's move is in jeopardy. So let's see what happens this afternoon. So just as a reminder, you can get in touch via the BBC Sport website on our live transfer deadline page. Or if you're watching on YouTube, let us know in the comments. And yeah, we'll try and get back to you later.
Emma, thank you very much. We are here in the studio as well. We've got Nahian Chowdhury with us, winner of the Last Pundit Standing, keeping across various Liverpool dealings over the course of the window. And the big one that we've learnt in the last 24 hours, this move for this young, well, I say it's transfer deadline day. We talk about Liverpool moving for a defender. Tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, Jeremy Jacquet for £60 million. It is a signing where Liverpool fans can get excited about. Obviously, with the disappointment of Gahey not signing, of course, the whole saga throughout the summer now ending up at Manchester City. But Jeremy Jacquet is a player where he has a lot of talent. He's dubbed as potentially the new Saliba, when if he does prove to be one, then he's looking at potentially one of the best centre-backs in the league. So it is a fantastic acquisition. The only detriment to that is they do have to wait until the summer.
Tell us a little bit more about that, because, like I say, Liverpool were crying out for Mark Gahey on transfer deadline day. It looked like it was so close. Now they are getting a very highly rated defender, but they do have to wait. Is that a slight concern for fans, do you think?
I believe so, especially with the injuries that are happening in defence. You've got Joe Gomez, his fitness issues. You can't really rely on him to stay fit throughout the whole season. And now, of course, there's potential with Konate. Will he sign a new contract? Will he not? There's issues at right back as well. Frimpong and Conor Bradley. We have Szoboszlai filling in that position. So I think from a Liverpool point of view is why aren't we signing anyone in January? But it is something to look forward to in the summer.
Well, we will watch this space to see if that deal gets over the line before the deadline at 7 o'clock. Obviously, you've got the deal sheets that can go in as well, but we are also keeping across, well, it's transfer deadline day, we're keeping across all things Chelsea, as you might expect. Nizar Kinsella is in our London newsroom. And Nizar, what movement has there been at Stamford Bridge today?
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, there's been sort of movement. It's not been quite the glamour that we'd sort of maybe hoped at Chelsea, because that Jeremy Jacquet deal you were just talking about, that's the one that Chelsea kind of wanted. They wanted a centre-back to strengthen their back line, and they were going to go for him. He fits the bill of Chelsea, doesn't he? Young. There's loads of players who come from France as well joining Chelsea. He's just that. So, yeah, we're kind of thinking, are they going to go somewhere else? Are they going to get another big name or at least pay a big fee? But actually, it's starting to look more like they're going to recall a player. So they're going to bring back a player they already own from a loan move at Strasbourg, and that player is Mamadou Sarr. He's going to come back from Strasbourg and play for Chelsea. And of course, Chelsea have Strasbourg's old manager, Liam Rosenior, who's just been appointed. So those two know each other very well. And Liam Rosenior even once said of Mamadou Sarr that he's like Mamadou Rosenior. He likes him that much, that he's a sort of perfect player. So it'll be a bit of a lift for Chelsea to bring back a loanee from their sister club and help the first team.
Liking that nickname already, Niz. Tell us a little bit more about some of the other potential outgoings. We know Raheem Sterling's already been released. No real pressure on that move to get any further move to get done, is there?
Yeah, not really. I think that was a huge one to get Raheem Sterling out. He was the highest paid player at Chelsea on $325,000 a week. So yeah, that was huge to sort of agree a sort of compensation package and release him. But Axel Disasi is another one. He's been in the bomb squad at Chelsea as well, training alone and things like that. And they want to let him go. And West Ham actually have permission to give him a medical, although there's not a complete agreement there. So we're kind of waiting. I'm looking at my phone right now to see if I can give you any updates if he's definitely going to West Ham, but certainly that's one that could happen today. And then Tyreek George, and another Chelsea player, he's going on loan to Everton, and there'll be an option to buy in that one. And then there's a few others. So because Chelsea are taking a player from Strasbourg, they're going to give him two. They're going to give him Aaron Anselmino on loan. He's another centre-back, so they'll replace a centre-back and give them a centre-back. And then lastly, David Datro Fofana, another striker from Chelsea. He needs a club, and they might just send him on loan to Strasbourg as well.
Interesting stuff, Nizar. We'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much for now. Well, Crystal Palace are one of the busiest sides at this transfer deadline day with the Jean-Philippe Mateta deal and the Jørgen Strand Larsen deal. Where does that leave them? Let's hear from their manager, Oliver Glasner.
Everybody is really working very hard. Yes, that it's so close to the end of the window makes it a little bit more difficult. But I always try to be positive. I want to go positively through life. It just makes it better and more enjoyable, and that's why, yes, I hope, because the night will be much easier for me when I'm positive than the opposite. Worst case, we sell JP Mateta, nobody comes in anymore. I think then it was not a good window for Crystal Palace.
It has certainly been an interesting time to be a Crystal Palace fan of late. Well, we can speak to one now. Matt Watts standing by to join us today. Right, Matt, firstly, just tell us how you're feeling right now.
Yeah, it's been an interesting time, hasn't it? Obviously not the best couple of months on the pitch and then off the pitch as well. Quite a dramatic January. Personally, I'm actually quite looking forward to it all being done. Hopefully the squad will be better than it currently is now. And yeah, hopefully we can start climbing the league once again.
The latest we have is that the Jean-Philippe Mateta deal is in jeopardy, but that won't have a knock-on effect for the Jørgen Strand Larsen deal. That seems like you're getting the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I think with JP it's tricky because he hasn't been in the best form of late, but also he hasn't been fully fit. We know he's had a bit of a knee issue. If the move to AC Milan doesn't happen, I wouldn't be at all surprised if he doesn't maybe go out on loan between now and the end of the window, maybe to somewhere like Juventus. I think we do need to bring in another striker. I think bringing in Strand Larsen would be a good move. Obviously, he hasn't had a good first half of the season at Wolves, but last season he scored 14 Premier League goals. He was wanted by Newcastle in the summer for 60 million. So I wouldn't be against bringing him in. But yeah, I do think that if he does come in, we do need to try and find a solution elsewhere for JP.
Oliver Glasner has been very vocal about his dealings with the board and some of the transfer dealings as well. If this Strand Larsen deal goes through, Crystal Palace will have broken their transfer record twice in January. Surely their board are giving him everything he wants.
I think they are trying to give him what he wants. I think his biggest issue, though, is just the timing of certain things. Obviously, he wasn't happy about the fact that Mark Gahey couldn't play against Sunderland. And then with Jean-Philippe Mateta, he didn't play against Nottingham Forest because of all the stuff going on around him. So I think more than anything, Oliver Glasner's frustrated with the timing of certain things, the fact that we haven't brought replacements in before we've let players go out. As you say, we brought in Brennan Johnson earlier in the month. It looks like Jørgen Strand Larsen is coming in. So we are spending quite a lot of money, especially for a club of our size. But yeah, I think more than anything with Glasner, it's the timing of certain things. And also, you bear in mind bringing in Strand Larsen, yes, we will be spending a lot of money on him, but he will be coming in right at the end of the window. It's the sort of thing where if we'd brought him in at the start of the window, you wonder how this month might have actually turned out.
And how important are those extra bodies, especially considering the workload that Crystal Palace have got between now and the end of the season, hopefully from a European point of view?
Yeah, they're really important. I mean, obviously, bringing in Johnson at the start of the window was great, but I think we all knew that in this window, we could really do with 2 or 3 more players, or as you say, bodies, because we had quite a few injuries in that tough December period. That's really affected us in January. We are starting to get some players back, though. Ismaila Sarr's back from AFCON. Daniel Munoz is fit again. Daichi Kamada is nearing fitness. So hopefully brighter times are on the horizon. And as you say, we're still in Europe. We've got a chance of winning a European trophy. So yeah, hopefully we can have a strong second half of the season.
Interesting stuff. Matt, really appreciate you joining us on Transfer Deadline Day. Thank you very much. We're going to be talking Arsenal. We're going to be talking Newcastle very shortly, as well as Wolves. But what is it like being an agent on Transfer Deadline Day?
We tried that he stayed here, but he wanted to follow his dream. So we respected them, and of course, then you continue to follow the players who did great things for the club. And I was personal in an exchange with him. So yeah, we rate him high.
Decisions are made and decisions I'm backing in every aspect. And there's always more bigger picture stuff to some of those decisions. So sometimes it can look like perfect timing, sometimes it look like not so perfect timing. We are really, how can you say, alert. The club really want to see what we can do to strengthen the squad and the team. I say many times it's a difficult window. And we still need to have the short-term solution need to be the long-term solution as well.
Two players that I really believe that can bring new things to the team. We had many names coming across, and Pablo and Tati were the ones that I personally consider that can create an impact, and we must. It's, us as coaches and clubs in these days, these are good chances to try and rebalance. It's the first transfer window that we have. We have to try and make it right. Players that come with purpose, players that come with the intention to really help, be brave to join us in this under this situation. They need to be brave, and we need to make sure that they come with a purpose.
Everybody knows the quality is right, so I play extraordinarily in Bournemouth in the last years. Can play in both sides, right, left. He used the both legs unbelievably, and in striker as well can play with his pace, and he knows the Premier League. So many clubs want him, and he decided to join us. So all I can say thanks to him. Yeah, really pleased for the next years.
Well, that was a reminder of some of the biggest deals of the window so far. Arsenal, they are looking to do a little bit of business today. Alex Howell is keeping across it all, also in our London newsroom. Alex, what more can you tell us?
So for Arsenal, they weren't planning to come into this January window and do a lot of business, if any. They did all of their signings or their squad depth building or rebuilding, whatever you want to call it, in the summer when they brought in 8 players for around 250 million. But what has tempted a little bit of a rethink is the injury to Mikel Merino. It's come out in the last couple of days. He's going to require surgery on a foot injury, and that has led to Mikel Arteta, who was speaking today in his press conference, saying that Arsenal are going to be actively looking at the market to potentially get a replacement for Merino towards before the end of the season. But it's quite hard to replace Merino. He's in the Arsenal leadership group. He's there because of his physicality, and he's also a Spanish international and proven winner, having won the Euros. So at short notice, with not many hours to go, he's quite hard to replace.
What business are Arsenal looking to be doing, though?
So business is a temporary loan potentially if they're looking around for Merino, and they're also looking at some youth players as well. So James Wilson from Hearts, they've been linked with a potential loan deal for him to come in, and that's because Arsenal have revamped the way they're looking at doing their youth recruitment, and this is something that goes back to Mika Bierif, who now plays for Monaco, and Tommy Setford, the goalkeeper they signed from Ajax. And they're looking to bring in these young players and really have a good conveyor belt of talent coming through to supplement players like Ethan Wanyeri, who's gone out on loan, and Miles Lewis-Skelly, who's become a part of the first team squad. So if they don't find someone to replace Merino, which will be tough to do, it's potentially just a couple of these youth players who could come through the door.
Alex, know what you do. Obviously, you mentioned Ethan Nwaneri there. Why would he not be considered for a recall from that loan?
Well, he only went out on loan to Marseille earlier this month, and because of that, there's no option to recall him. So it's a straight 6-month loan, and also for his longer-term benefit, it's better for him to be playing regular senior football rather than coming back, potentially filling in for Merino and coming in and out of the team. He's only 18, and the reason he went out in the first place was to play those regular minutes. So there's not the option to call him back, but even if there was, it may not be in the player's best interest to do that.
And one thing that came a little bit out of left field first thing this morning was Arsenal being linked with Sandro Tonali. Anything in that?
I don't think there was anything in that. Newcastle were very quick to say that there was no official contact from Arsenal about that, and Arsenal weren't looking to sign that type of player in the January window. So I don't think that one's going to be happening, or there was any legs in that one to start with.
Great stuff. Alex, for now, thank you very much indeed. Well, Wolves look like they're being one of the busiest sides on transfer deadline day. Adam Armstrong potentially coming in from Southampton, and Angel Gomez as well from Marseille. But Jorgen Strand Larsen looks like he's heading to Crystal Palace. So what do Wolves fans make of it all? We've got Jason Guy joining us all the way from Mexico, would you believe? Jason, really appreciate you taking the time to chat to us. Good to see you remember to pack the shirt. How are you feeling on this transfer deadline day?
I think we've got to be realistic we're not going to escape relegation this season. We currently sit on 8 points. When Rob Edwards took over, we only had 2 points. So this really is a build for the Championship. Some of the players we've been linked with, which I'm sure we're going to talk about now, are definitely Championship ready. And I think it's so important that we look beyond this season, look at next season, and look in making an immediate bounce back.
And in terms of the business that you are looking to do today, are you happy with how it looks like it's all going to pan out?
Absolutely. I mean, we've been strongly linked, and I think he's having a medical today with Adam Armstrong. Now, Adam's the player who knows the Championship very well, and these are the players that we've now got to look at. It's not as exciting as the days when we was obviously signing Diogo Jota and Raul Jimenez and Strand Larsen himself, but we've got to be realistic in where we are. Now, Adam Armstrong has got a goal-scoring record of about 1 in 3, and for a Championship player, that's exactly what we need. If we get 15 to 20 goals out of Adam Armstrong next season, that is really good business.
And looking at the Jorgen Strand Larsen deal, £48 million to Crystal Palace, looks like that's going to get over the line, if not before the deadline, at least before the end of the day. How important is that money going forward and the potential rebuild that you may need to do next season if that relegation does happen?
Listen, it's very important. I mean, Strand Larsen, this season, we've got to be realistic as well. Since Newcastle originally showed the interest, he had his head turned and he hasn't been the same player. And, you know, we can categorically say that as Wolves fans. And we say that because he's only scored 1 league goal this season. So for Crystal Palace to show the interest and stump the money up, which represents a £19 million profit for that player, that's good business. And we can't turn it down. I believe the Newcastle bid was around 55 million. We did turn that down, but we can't turn this down. We are going to get relegated. We've got to be realistic. We've got to take that money and we've got to invest it well.
And what are your hopes and expectations for the rest of the season now as a result?
Listen, I think November, December time, I think we knew our fate was sealed on the amount of points we were on. Then you get to Christmas and then you're told that no team has ever come back from this. And we've got to be realistic. We're sitting on 8 points now. I think all we need to do now is beat Derby's record and we'll be happy with that. Rob Edwards, though, none of this lies on him. He's done an absolutely brilliant job since he's come in. You know, we can say that hand on heart as Wolves fans. He's done a brilliant job. he has turned the fortunes around, but it was just too late for him.
Jason, really appreciate you taking the time out to join us all the way from Mexico. That's a Wolves fan, Jason, there joining us here on Transfer Deadline Day. You're live at the BBC Sports Centre. We have got, 3.5 hours now to go until the transfer window shuts. But what are you guys saying about the window? Emma Middleton is keeping across it all. In fact, we can go to Emma very shortly, but Joe Linsky is here keeping across all things in the Championship. Some big managerial news actually happening today as well.
Yeah, significant really, Ben, at the bottom of the Championship, although interesting timing always, isn't it, sacking a manager on deadline day when they've got no more days to put their own stamp on the squad. But this is Blackburn Rovers, who have sacked their manager Valérien Ismaël in the last few hours, and that is after a run of form of 1 win in their last 14 league games. They are third from bottom in the Championship, in the drop zone, 3 points of safety, a really desperate run of form that has forced that decision from the Blackburn owners, the Venky Group. I mentioned not able to put the stamp of the new manager on the team. They have signed a young Arsenal Academy graduate, Osman Kamara, on a 2.5-year deal today, have Blackburn Rovers. But that situation at Ewood Park is just one of the storylines really in the Championship that once again is making it such an interesting division because, you know, Blackburn are a former Premier League champion, former Premier League champions, of course, and they are one of several big clubs who are looking over their shoulder at the very real possibility of relegation to League One. And another of those clubs is West Bromwich Albion, who've also changed their manager recently, but have not had any sort of bounce. They are the team just above those drop zone places at the moment, and other clubs around them have games in hand. And they have made a loan move today for Jamaldine Jimo Aloba. He is a 19-year-old attacking midfielder from Aston Villa. A move for him 4 days after his first senior goal for Villa in the Europa League in that comeback win against Red Bull Salzburg. And he's also a player who spent 10 years in West Brom's academy as well, so he's got a personal connection to that club. Sheffield United, they're not too much further up the table, again looking over their shoulder, but trying to change that with the loan signing today of Leo Hjelde from Sunderland, a defender, and also that ambitious move we've heard about for Calvin Phillips from Manchester City, who's only played 7 minutes of football this season for City, but he's still only 30 years old. So Chris Wilder feeling perhaps like he might be able to get a tune out of him to get Sheffield United looking upwards rather than over their shoulder like Blackburn and West Brom are. Yeah, you suspect he'll have a little bit of a point to prove as well. So that's down the bottom of the table. What's been happening at the top? Well, the league leaders, Coventry City, they have had a bumpy few weeks. They have had 3 defeats out of the last 5, I think they've had, and they are hoping still to complete a loan deal for the Brentford midfielder Frank Onyeka, someone who's going to bring in a bit of experience through that difficult spell at the moment for Frank Lampard's side. That big lead they had at the top is now completely whittled away now. Middlesbrough level on points with them. Wrexham, another one of those surprise clubs who are aiming for playoff places at the moment. They've agreed a deal for Bailey Cadamarteri, the young striker at Sheffield Wednesday, waiting for confirmation of that. Birmingham City trying to look upwards as well. They've made their loan deal for Patrick Roberts from Sunderland permanent. But I think, Ben, perhaps the most significant piece of business in the Championship today will be a club holding on to one of their current players, because Middlesbrough have rejected an approach from Nottingham Forest for Hayden Hackney, their so influential young central midfielder who's come through their academy at Borough and excelled really in a similar way really to that Adam Wharton did at Blackburn Rovers, another Championship club, and really making strides. Middlesbrough, of course, have also lost their manager, as we just heard, Rob Edwards, midway through this season. You'd think losing Hackney could be the difference between perhaps promotion back to the Premier League or what would be a 10th straight season at this level for Middlesbrough. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. And it sounds like the Championship, Joe, is where most of the action is happening through the course of the day. We'll let you get back to it. But right, let's get some of your reaction then. Emma's standing by.
Yes, we're going to move on to Liverpool now, and how fans feel about bringing in defender Jeremy Jacques. Well, the consensus is at the moment that it's quite a good deal, and the club do need to bolster their defence, is what you guys at home are telling me. But plenty of you are questioning why you have to wait till the summer to bring him in. So let's start with Jack, who describes himself as a desperate Liverpool fan. I mean, I'm sorry to hear about that, Jack. But Jack says Jacques is a fantastic acquisition for Liverpool, especially especially ahead of so many other clubs. But why on earth is he joining in the summer? While the signing of Jeremy Jacquet can only be welcomed, injuries and bad luck have left us exposed in defence and playing our most consistent midfielder as an emergency right back. That's Andy Newton. Thank you for sending that in, Andy. And Jacob in Brighton, I can see Jacquet replacing Van Dijk and Konate. The future is bright with Ekitike, Wirtz and Jacquet. As a Liverpool fan, I'm incredibly excited. But as I say, everyone's wondering, why not now? Why do we have to wait until summer to do it? It's worth noting Konate's contract is set to expire at the end of the season, so Liverpool are looking to bolster that defence and their centre-back options. But fans, well, you guys want to see something happening a little bit sooner, and this will be a conversation that will continue throughout the afternoon until that 7 o'clock deadline. So make sure you have your say by joining us on the BBC Sport Transfer Deadline Day page and on YouTube as well.
Great stuff, Emma. For now, thank you very much. You are live at the BBC Sports Centre. We have got just under, what, 3 hours or so to go now until the transfer window shuts in England. Don't forget the Scotland deadline is at 11 o'clock. We're going to be joining our reporter up in Scotland very, very shortly as well. Let's bring you the latest on those last-minute deals. Then not too much time to go. Crystal Palace, a deal for the striker Jean-Philippe Mateta to AC Milan, now in jeopardy due to issues with his medical. Wolves, they have accepted an offer for £48 million for Jorgen Strand Larsen from Crystal Palace. Sheffield United, as we've just been hearing with Joe, they've launched a shock loan move for the Manchester City midfielder Calvin Phillips. Arsenal are working on a loan deal for the teenage Heart striker James Wilson. Fulham have rejected an approach from Everton for Harry Wilson, but Everton are closing in on a deal for Chelsea winger Tyreek George. Celtic, meanwhile, they've turned down 2 offers from Nottingham Forest for Arne Engels. Liverpool have agreed a £60 million deal, as we were just hearing with Emma, for Jeremy Jacquet. He's been offered a 5.5-year contract, not expected to move to Anfield until the summer. And the Chelsea defender Axel Disasi is expected to join West Ham United on loan too. You can stay across all of those deals on the live text page on the BBC Sports website. But we can talk all things Newcastle next. Kieran Kelly is our reporter in the know. And Kieran, it sounds like a quiet day so far in the northeast.
Yeah, that's probably an understatement. I think we think back to deadline day in the past. It's rarely been dull at Newcastle United. You go back to 2011. Andy Carroll reported to the training ground as normal that morning. A few hours later, he was boarding a helicopter to go to Liverpool. We think back to last summer even. Johan Wissa, that deal just was so drawn out. Newcastle had to get an extension to finally get it done with just minutes to spare. But it never felt like it was going to be that sort of day here at Newcastle. The big news really being that club captain Jamal Lascelles looks set to leave the club after nearly 12 years. He's in talks with Leicester City about a move there, and it kind of feels like an end of an era with Lascelles. He's been there for so many moments down through the years. You think back to Newcastle being relegated in 2016, bringing them back up in 2017, helping them stay in the Premier League for so long. Obviously had an injury disrupted couple of years now. He's not actually started a game for 2 years, but a lot of people on Tyneside will wish him well.
And Kieran, we talked so many times on transfer deadline day about the money that Newcastle have to spend and some of the restrictions that the PSR rules place on them. Is that part of the reason why they've not done any deals, or is it just simply a case of Eddie Howe happy with the squad at his disposal?
Well, Eddie Howe ideally would like to bring in at least a player every window. That's tended to be his way of working throughout his career. Just add that impetus, that freshness to his squad. And I think very early on this window felt that the money was there for Newcastle if they needed, but for the right player. Any moves they would have made in the mid-season would have an impact on what they can do in the summer. As you mentioned with PSR, they've kind of had to be sure that if they were to bring in a player this month, it'd be someone they would have wanted to bring in the summer. And obviously by nature of the window, less time to bring players in. Clubs not as keen to let players go because there's so little time to replace them. So the summer always felt like the time when they would bring players in. I think the difference maybe with this window, would they have been reactive? You know, they've had a lot of injuries, particularly in defence. Tino Livramento is going to be out for another 5-6 weeks. Fabian Schär is going to be out for even longer than that. But they've held they've kept their powder dry, as it were, and I suppose we'll only really be able to judge whether that was a wise move or not come the end of the season. The squad does feel like it's getting stretched. They've got so many games, so many competitions. Could they have brought someone in to just add that bit of freshness? Evidently, the club felt they're better off waiting until the summer.
Kieran, one of the reports we saw first thing this morning was Sandro Tonali. Was there ever anything in that?
No, I mean, the club, Newcastle United that is, were very quick and very firm to insist, A, Sandro Tonali's not for sale, and B, that there'd been no formal contact regarding that. So they're very quick to knock it down. I think to the optics around this, you think of last summer losing Alexander Isak to Liverpool it was a huge blow. To lose another key player like Tonali, and that's what he is, he's so important to this side. I think it's unimaginable for Newcastle. I don't think it sends the right tone or message. And certainly not on deadline day. I mean, to lose someone like that with only a few hours to find a replacement, I just think it was a non-starter anyway.
Made for a good headline, at least. Kieran, thank you very much for joining us on Transfer Deadline Day. Right, we promised this to you a little bit earlier. What does it take to be a football agent?
There needs to be a change in the system, in the transfer system. There's too much power. There's too much power for clubs. And players sometimes are hostages of a situation. Yeah, but Erling Haaland is not an example. It's different. We need to address the 99% that sometimes can find themselves in situations where they lose opportunities because clubs sometimes are maybe too ambitious or want too much. And I don't disagree with the transfer system. It is needed for the whole system to work. But I think there is need for more balance. I think today there is imbalance. We are in transfer window, and I can bet with you already, because I see it every end of the window, somebody will cry. There's always a player that is crying because he could have gone, he should have gone, he needed to go, and the club said no. No, I want 1 million more. And this I find unacceptable. We come from times where football was more human. Human in which sense? A football director, an owner, they would have a special relationship with the player. Some clubs still do. I'm not saying none of them do. Some clubs still do. Today, this is becoming so much of a business that there is this risk that a player becomes more and more an asset in the balance sheet. And an asset has no voice, has no feelings, has no human needs. So the challenge for me for the future, one of the challenges of football are find the balance between the need for the player to be an asset. I understand. You're a fund, you bought a club, you need to treat them to some extent as an asset. I understand. But you need to find a balance between the asset and the human being. Because if we forget that a player is a human being, we don't have the football we want to see. Because the football we want to see is not the artificial intelligence football. It's the football with emotion, with crying, with laughing, with heart in it. And for a player to put his heart in it, he also needs to be treated as a human being. And that has as a consequence the transfer system. The amount of games a player can play, the amount of minutes a player can play, the right to be injured and then to be benched because you're injured. There's so much that needs to be addressed to keep the player as a person and not only as an asset.
Rafaela Pimienta speaking to BBC Sports. There we've got Nahyan Chowdhury with us, winner of The Last Pundit, standing in the studio. Just want to touch upon probably the biggest story of the day and what looks like Jean-Philippe Mateta's failed move from Crystal Palace to AC Milan. The latest, as we understand it, that move in jeopardy due to issues with his medical. What have you made about the whole, I don't want to call it a saga, maybe that's too strong a word, but just the way that this has all happened over the last week or so?
Yeah, I think it's not a great look in terms of for Palace and Mateta himself. Look, we've seen sagas like this play on in the summer. Notoriously, Alexander Isak, Johan Wissa as well, both going on a kind of strike. They didn't really want to play football and kind of forcing their hand a little bit to get a move away, and Mateta will be in that boat. He's probably disappointed right now that his medical hasn't gone through. Going to an unbelievable team in AC Milan, of course, playing at the San Siro before it gets demolished. But is that a player you really want to have in your squad? Like, will it ruin the team's harmony? Can that jeopardise Strand Larsen's move over? We're hearing reports that it won't, so I think from a Palace point of view, that is probably a good thing, because I think for Strand Larsen himself, it probably benefits the way Palace play right now. You can utilise the wingers, he's got a great hold-up player, and I think Wolves probably wouldn't mind letting him go for 45 million. It is a great fee. 1 goal in the Premier League, and bringing in Adam Armstrong as well, who is championship proven, 15 goal contributions in 29 games. So I think if the Strand Larsen deal does go through, I think Wolves are the biggest lead winner from that.
Yeah, we are still waiting for a lot of these deals to happen and go through, because it has been a fairly quiet transfer deadline day so far. But if we look at the window as a whole, where have been the wins, do you think?
Yeah, it's not really been a busy Premier League window, but I think you have to say Manchester City, bringing in one of the best wingers in Antoine Semenyo, really bolsters their forward line. He's made a great start, scoring goals and plentiful, and of course the big one, snatching Guéhi off Liverpool hands, who is a born winner. He's won stuff with Crystal Palace in the FA Cup, the Community Shield, and he's a fantastic player. He's a future captain, and I think for Man City signing both Guéhi and Semenyo, they probably are the most outstanding winner in a very quiet window.
Nahian, for now, thank you very much, but it is time to talk Scotland, because whilst the window in England shuts at 7 o'clock, Scottish clubs have until 11 to do their business, and there is expected to be a fair bit of business done. Keradine Issan is in our studio. Keradine, just tell us what you're keeping across.
Yeah, I think that extended deadline in Scotland maybe explains why things have been a bit slow, a bit quieter than we maybe thought they would have been up until now. Nearly until midnight do the clubs have to get deals done. A lot of the talk up here, let me tell you, is about a deal that didn't get done. The Nottingham Forest bid for the Celtic midfielder Arne Engels rejected. 2 bids, in fact, rejected. And I'm led to believe that the total package, if you include the add-ons, would have been north of £20 million. Now, for a player who cost Celtic about half of that about a year and a half ago, that would have been a big improvement. They would have nearly doubled their money. It's interesting that Martin O'Neill was so keen to keep Arne Engels in the squad on deadline day that those advances from Nottingham Forest have been rebuffed. We are thinking it might be busier later on at Celtic. They're looking at a couple of players. They're trying to get a permanent deal done for Joe Mvuka, who's a winger from Lorient in France. They're also looking at the Freiburg striker Junior Adama. That will be a loan. Celtic very keen to get a couple of players in to help out their push for the title. Remember, they and Rangers both trail Hearts by 6 points at the top of the table. Rangers, they're trying to be busy as well. They have brought in a few players already. Chukwueze, Romans and Skov Olsen already in the door at Rangers. They're trying to get a deal done for Ryan Naderi, who's a striker with Hansa Rostock in the German third tier. That was going to be a deal for the summer potentially, but they've upped their offer to try and get the deal done now, because they were also interested in Cameron Archer from Southampton, but we don't think that is now going to happen. So they've switched their sights onto it. Naderi from Hansa Rostock, he is on his way to get a medical just now, I understand. Rangers trying to push that deal through. Other clubs trying to be active as well. A couple of deals on the table at Hibs, Dundee trying to bring in a couple as well, and there's been some interest from England in a couple of youngsters as well. Evan Mooney at St Mirren, interesting Arsenal, and James Wilson, interesting Spurs and Arsenal. At Hearts, teenage striker getting a lot of attention at the moment, and those are kind of the moves that are being talked about right now in Scotland, where we do have a little bit longer to get those deals done.
Yeah, and it is that James Wilson transfer that certainly raised a few eyebrows in the newsroom when that broke. 8 goals in 21 starts for Hearts so far this season. Is there much of a concern in Scotland of losing their best young players to the Premier League?
There is a concern, and the concern as well is in bringing them through, whether they are at the level where they can go and play top-level football in an elite league. We've seen some players leave to go down south, primarily as kind of projects for English academies, and I think that is maybe the dilemma that some of the Scottish players are weighing up. The lure of England is fantastic, the wages, the money is fantastic, but will you actually be playing football in the first team or the reserves, or will you actually be a project for an academy? And that's the decision that some Scottish players are having to weigh up and make as they see the bright lights of England and they see the attractions that are on offer. Is it going to be good for your career? What are the chances of playing first team football? Now, for James Wilson, for example, that's a stretch, isn't it, to think that he might get into the Arsenal or Spurs first teams. He would be a project for development, but if he stays here, he has a much, much better chance of getting back into the Hearts first team, albeit Hearts, as we know, are flying and they're not shy of goals. But with the injury, for example, to Lawrence Shankland, I wonder if James Wilson's advisors might just be saying to him, just stay here, just keep patient, you'll play more football for Hearts than you maybe would down in England.
Could be interesting to see what happens. Kerridin, we'll be back with you before the deadline shuts in England, at least. Of course, all of those deals, just a reminder, at 11 o'clock is the deadline in Scotland. It has been a fairly quiet transfer deadline day so far, but let's just remind you of some of the biggest deals of the window in January.
We tried that he stayed here, but he wanted to follow his dream. So we respected them, and of course, then you continue to follow the players who did great things for the club. And I was personal in an exchange with him. So yeah, we rate him high.
Decisions are made and decisions I'm backing in every aspect, and there's always more bigger picture stuff to some of those decisions. So sometimes it can look like perfect timing, sometimes it look like not so perfect timing. We are really, alert. The club really want to see what we can do to strengthen the squad and the team. I say many times it's a difficult window. And we still need to have the short-term solution need to be the long-term solution as well.
Two players that I really believe that can bring new things to the team. We had many names coming across, and Pablo and Tati were the ones that I personally consider that can create an impact, and we must. It's, us as coaches and clubs in these days, these are good chances to try and rebalance. It's the first transfer window that we have. We have to try and make it right. Players that come with purpose, players that come with the intention to really help, be brave to join us in this under this situation. They need to be brave, and we need to make sure that they come with a purpose.
Everybody knows the quality is right, so I play extraordinary in Bournemouth in the last years. Can play in both sides, right, left. He used the both legs unbelievably, and in striker as well can play for his pace, and he knows the Premier League. So many clubs want him, and he decided to join us. So all I can say, thanks to him. I'm really pleased for the next years.
I think it's a top signing. Can't praise Fabio Johan and Bina enough. The ownership for doing it and get it done, get over the line. We, went quick. I think what he brings in terms of abilities, first and foremost, he's a very good player. Great experience in the Premier League, also in the Liga. Captained two teams. So that character, that leadership, that experience, and still young, 25, with plenty of development to reach, but coming in on a good level, bring his pressing abilities, his directness, scoring goals, but also being able to find good positions on the pitch is exactly what we need.
The player, he had his role. He was being important. He was helping us, scoring goals. Not being consistent in the starting 11, but for me was very important. And he knew it. And I spoke with him about it. One part is the team and my decision about the team, about the player we have. Second part involving is the player. The player, he was happy and he was being protagonist, but not enough like he wanted. And of course the players, they are always in the possibility as well to change or to get a deal to leave from the club. And he opened his door to listen in case something can give him something better than us. And the last one is the club. And for the club, it's a good deal. When we decided those three parts involving to analyze it, for me, I prefer to stay here, but in case he was leaving like he did, we are ready to choose him, and we are working out in it, and I accept it. And then it's good deal for the club, and good deal for him. Okay, three parts involving, and three parts involved in it, and getting individually analyzing deeply each situation, we decided it.
A top central defender. He's playing national team. Say on my personal name, thanks to the club, to bring him here. Bill come from has the perfect age from many years and can play right, left, and him especially, because I know how it was wanted to choose us and bring him up for the problems that we have in the back in the next few months. So yeah, it's really, really important he's here. But I'm pretty sure if you have a more contract in Crystal Palace would have been impossible. But the fact that it's 6 months end of the contract, so the situation was easier in that terms. But of course, Crystal Palace and Man City had to be agree, and after the player decide to come. Otherwise, even in that situation, would not be possible.
Abraham, you know him because he was playing here 7 years ago, and when we let Mallet to leave, we had in our mind to choose him, and Tommy Abraham was one of the players. We were following him, and to have two strikers with Ollie Watkins was our objective, and of course we are so excited about how he can help us from now until the last of the season.
True that he's 19, but he has already played for a big club in Brazil. Vasco are a big club with the pressure, and he is used to this kind of pressure of a big team, and we will try to help him to adapt. You will have every signing that you make always needs some adaptation, but especially with his age, coming from a different culture, I think he will need some time, and we have to give him the time. And I don't expect him to come and straight away be incredible. No, he will have his moments, he will have things to learn, his process, and we will try to help him, yes.
Adam, I know him very well. I worked with him many years, and I know him. That's why I said that he's unique. There are not many players with his ability on 1v1 situations. There are not many players with his speed, with his pace, and I think he's going to give us many things that we need. We need the threat that he gives, the threat that he possesses, and his energy, not only on the pitch but in the dressing room, in the training ground. He's a special person to have around.
We signed one player 2 days ago. Very good move from the club to replace Adama. We signed Oscar. He's going to be another player that is going to help us. He's going to give in some moments what we need in our third attack. And let's see. Of course, we are trying to do something. If you are going to do, okay, we'll be good. If not, this group of players, they have been showing an incredible quality and commitment and attitude. And this is really my focus.
Just a flavour of some of the deals that have happened so far in the January transfer window, because transfer deadline day so far is a little bit quiet. You are live at the BBC Sports Centre. The countdown is well and truly on, though. 3 hours to go until the transfer window shuts in England. 11 p.m, remember the deadline in Scotland. We've got our army of reporters in the newsroom ready to bring you the very latest on all of the last-minute deals as they happen. Not too much time to go, but we are still very excited nonetheless. Here are the headlines of the day so far. A deal for the Crystal Palace striker Jean-Philippe Mateta to AC Milan is now in jeopardy due to issues with his medical. Wolves, meanwhile, have accepted an offer worth up to £48 million from Palace for Jørgen Strand Larsen. Sheffield United have launched a shock loan move for the Manchester City midfielder Calvin Phillips. Arsenal are working on a loan deal for the teenage Heart striker James Wilson. Fulham have rejected an approach from Everton for Harry Wilson, while they are closing in Everton on a deal for the Chelsea winger Tyreek George. Celtic, meanwhile, they've turned down 2 offers from Nottingham Forest for the midfielder Arne Engels. Liverpool have agreed a £60 million deal for the defender Jeremy Jacquet. He's been offered a 5.5-year contract, is not expected to move to Anfield, though, until the summer. And the Chelsea defender Axel Disasi is expected to join West Ham United on loan too. In the BBC Sports Centre, and this is where it has all been happening today. We've got the team hard at work putting the programme together. We have got Emma collecting all of the very best reaction from the fans as well. And away to the left, we have our army of football correspondents and reporters who have been hard at work over the course of the day, furiously tapping away at their keyboards. Their phones are running red hot. We've got Sammy Mockbell with us. And Sammy, bring us up to speed with the latest on this Jean-Philippe Mateta deal.
Quite a saga today. It was one that's been running for 24 hours, but the deal is off to AC Milan. That's dead. But as we understand it, the Jørgen Strand Larsen deal to Crystal Palace is still going ahead. But as I said earlier, this is transfer deadline day and things can change. But at the moment, I think the status quo will be Mateta will probably stay and Jørgen Strand Larsen will move from Wolves to Crystal Palace.
Tell us a little bit more about this Mateta deal and why it's failed.
All right. Well, he has, and Oliver Glasner has actually been quite vocal with this and he's been public with it. He's been carrying a knee injury maybe for the past 6 or 7 weeks, and that's been niggling away at him. I think it probably explains his poor form. He hasn't scored for quite a while. I think the Palace fans are getting on his back for his poor form. So yeah, I think that's probably the reason why he's failed his medical. It just remains to be seen if there's another club that would be willing to take him, knowing that there are these knee issues, but I think that would probably be a bit of a tough sell.
The deal you're saying doesn't have a knock-on effect for the Strand Larsen deal. Some people might be quite surprised at that.
Yeah, I if I'm being brutally honest, I'm surprised at that as well. But I think Palace have done the deal with Wolves for £48 million. They're committed to doing that. From my understanding, he's done the medical. He's also done all of his media in-house duties. So to pull the plug on that deal now will be pretty cruel on the player and pretty cruel on Wolves as well. Look, there's time for it to change, but I think as things stand, it will go through.
Palace prepared to let one of their best and most prolific strikers go. What sort of message do you think that would send to the fans, even if it turns out that he is going to be staying now?
I think as good as the play he's been for Crystal Palace, and he scored some really important goals, I think potentially the way he's gone about trying to get out of Selhurst Park this month has left a bit of a sour taste in supporters' mouths. Now, that's not to forget some of the great work he's done for us. And, you know, Crystal Palace fans will never forget that the FA Cup final merely like 7 or 8 months ago, and it seems like such a distant memory. But I think it's probably the best time for everyone that he moves on, and it's just a shame for him that he can't get to AC Milan, which was his dream, and it looks like he's going to have him stay at Crystal Palace for a little while longer.
And before we let you go, we can hear your phone pinging away. Tell us what else you're keeping an eye on.
Yeah, there's been a few sort of moves today. James Wilson from Hearts to potentially Tottenham or Arsenal. We think that's still in the balance, but those talks have been ongoing. Calvin Phillips as well to Sheffield United from Manchester City is one to keep an eye on. We think that deal's close as well.
Great stuff, Sammy. We'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much. Well, as Sammy was saying there, Wolves striker Jørgen Strand Larsen on the verge of completing that deal to Selhurst Park. And our Midlands football reporter Nick Masheter is with us. Wolves very busy on transfer deadline day.
Yeah, look, we're still waiting.
Story of transfer deadline day.
You do find days like today, you do find you are waiting quite a lot for these things just to be completed, just for the paperwork to go through, for the boxes to be ticked. So Adam Armstrong is coming in from Southampton for an initial 7 million. We're expecting that to go through. As I said earlier, Shea Adams from Torino, Wolves were very keen. They did make a bid last week, but they never heard back from Torino. So that is one way of keeping your players, is just ignore the bid. And obviously Angel Gomez is coming in from Marseille on loan as well. So we're expecting those two to happen, Shea Adams not to happen, as Wolves really kind of look to prepare for the Championship, because the expectation is they're going to get relegated from the Premier League.
I was going to say, is that the thinking behind Wolves' business, letting a player go out for potentially up to £48 million, and then not reinvesting all of that in a hope of staying up?
Yeah, look, they've got to be sensible. I think it's a really fine line for Wolves to tread this window, because they've got to be able to prepare for the summer and the expectation of being in the Championship next season, but they can't do it all in one window. You've got to start now, but you've got to be able to tread very finely to make sure you're not waving the white flag in the second half of the season to say, look, we're just going to give up on the last sort of 16, 17 games of the season. So it's got to be quite careful, but I think they're probably coming out pretty well, I think, this window.
Yeah, just under 3 hours to go until the deadline shuts. Any other deals you're keeping an eye on?
Yeah, there might be a little bit of activity at Nottingham Forest. They have been looking for a left-back. So we're just sort of chasing up on that. They were interested in Mateus Oliveira from Napoli. They weren't able to agree a deal earlier in the window. I'm told that's not going to happen now, of course, but I think Forest are still chasing a left back.
Great stuff. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll let you get back to it. Nick, for now, thank you very much. We'll come down and speak to Shahreen Hafez as well. Keep it across a variety of deals today. What are you watching?
Yeah, as Sammy said, we're still waiting on Calvin Phillips to Sheffield United. The sense is that will get done before the deadline, 7 p.m. deadline, and then Divine Mukasa as well to Leicester. Talks have been ongoing. It's up to the player whether he wants to make that move or not.
And if we look at the Manchester City window as a whole, we were hearing from Pep Guardiola on a couple of the deals. The general consensus is that Manchester City have won this January transfer window. Do you think that's kind of how they'll be feeling compared to where they were at the start of January?
Yeah, it looks like for the second window running in winter, they'll be the highest spending team. It'll be about £84 million this January that they've spent on Antoine Semenyo and Mark Gahey, both players that were wanted by the clubs, but City managed to get those deals done, beat off the competition, and you can see how Semenyo's settled in, but still, those injured players are having sort of impact on the team, as you saw yesterday against Spurs, where they let that 2-goal lead slip, and now, chasing Arsenal 6 points behind. Whether they can claw that back remains to be seen.
It'll be fascinating to see what happens. Sham, we'll let you get back to it as well. We've got our Liverpool reporter Adam Patel with us too. Just one deal kind of in the offing today, and a very expensive one for a player that's not even going to be joining the club this January.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we understand he's in the building. He started his medical, but like you said, he's not joining till the summer.
Jeremy Jacquet we're talking about here, yeah?
Jeremy Jacquet, yeah. It's still a lot of money, £60 million for a player who's only played 36 times in Ligue 1. But Liverpool clearly see him as one for the long term, one that's going to be part of the backline for years to come. And they've beaten Chelsea to him, and they think he's a man for the future.
Why are Liverpool not signing him?
Simple answer to that is Rennes aren't willing to sanction a move until the summer. They still see him as a part of the plans for the season. They're not in a rush for the money. They just sold one of their strikers for 26 million to Saudi today. So for them, it's not a case of getting the money in a rush. They're happy to keep him till the summer, and he's not available until the summer.
And we're expecting that move. No complications before the deadline at 7.
As it stands, no complications. It doesn't have to be done by 7, given it's a move for the summer. He started his medical, he's here, and the hope is that, assuming all goes to plan, it'll all be confirmed within the next few hours.
Great stuff. We'll let you get back to it. Adam, thank you very much. We've got Simon Stone as well, who keeps across all things Manchester United for BBC Sports and many other clubs aside, but a very quiet day in terms of incomings at Old Trafford.
Yes. Manchester United made it perfectly clear at the start of this window that they only go after what they regarded as long-term targets. This was a bit of a frustration actually for Ruben Amorim, because Manchester United made it clear that they were willing to spend £65 million on Antoine Semenyo. When that deal didn't happen and Semenyo agreed to join Manchester City, I think Ruben Amorim said, well, that's great, can I have that money to strengthen my squad now? And Manchester United basically said no, and then from that they kind of fell out, and that was it. I think Michael Carrick really has made such a good start. I think Manchester United feel as though they don't need to be panicked into doing anything. What they have done is tell Tyrell Malacia that he can't leave. He was hoping to be able to restart his career somewhere like Turkey, but in the wake of Patrick Dorgu being injured, suffering a hamstring injury against Arsenal last week, that maybe will rule him out until April. I think they want Malacia around Manchester United, not because he's going to start games, but he's useful cover and he's been on the bench. There's also been a number of younger players. Ethan Wheatley has gone to Bradford, James Scanlon is going to Swindon, Jacob Devaney, the under-21s captain, he's going to Scotland to St Mirren. Tyler Frederickson was hoping to go out on loan. There were a lot of clubs interested in him, but unfortunately he got an injury in training, and that is going to scupper his chances of playing immediately in February, and that means he's going to stay at Manchester United.
Is there anything else we need to be keeping an eye on between now and 7?
I think if anything happened with a senior player at Manchester United, everybody who covers the club would be really, really surprised.
Good stuff for now, Simon. Thank you very much. It's a quiet transfer deadline day so far, but there is still plenty of intrigue, plenty of interest around the variety of the deals that are happening so far today. Plenty to get you talking as well, and that is where Emma Middleton comes in.
Thanks very much, Ben. I've got plenty of screens, as you can see, going on here, trying to keep across what all of you guys are thinking about how transfer deadline day is coming through. Arsenal fans, I'm coming to you now because you've got plenty to say about what's happened this morning. And shall we start with all the talk around Newcastle's Sandro Tonali? Now, it is understood that Newcastle have not had formal contact with the club, but you've still had something to say. Let's start with Eddie Snedden in Manchester. Tonali to Arsenal is so unnecessary. Panic buy of the highest order because they don't want to bottle it again. Stephen in London, Arsenal buying Tonali today would be huge. A backup for Declan Rice and Zubimendi, but as I say, whilst it's getting everyone talking, we do understand that no formal contact has been made between the clubs, but it's still creating quite a social media storm. Then there's the issue of Mikel Merino's injury, of course, which will, as we know now, require some surgery. So will there be a replacement? And there's been lots of you weighing in with your comments about whether a replacement is necessary. Kurt in Wales, Arteta saying they're looking at options due to Merino's injury is crazy. He's not been a nailed-on starter, and you also have Havertz, Jesus, Gyökeres, Eze, Rice, Zubimendi, Odegaard and Norgard as well. Managers always want to spend money, and they're checkbook managers, so questioning whether we need that replacement at all. Johnny in Devon, if Arsenal bring in a replacement for Merino, I'd rather it be a striking option and put Havertz back into midfield where he just looks so classy. So Thank you for sending these in. You're certainly keeping me busy, as you can see, with all these screens going on around me. We'd love to hear your thoughts, particularly on whether Arsenal will bring in teenage Hearts striker James Wilson as well. We're watching that one closely here in the newsroom. To get in touch, Transfer Deadline Day page on the BBC Sport website is where it's at. And if you're following on YouTube, drop us a comment there as well.
Great stuff, Emma. Keep it across all of the fan reaction. Thank you very much for now. We've got Nahyan Chowdhury with us, the winner of the last pundit standing. And whilst it is a quiet transfer deadline day, it's been a decent window on the whole. And there's one transfer in particular that's gone maybe slightly under the radar that's interested you.
Yeah, I feel like Oscar Bob to Fulham hasn't really got the attention it probably deserves. Look, he was unfortunate to have that leg break earlier on last year, but I don't think that's kind of hindered his progress, because he has been described as one of the best talents to come out of the academy from the director of football at Manchester City. So you'd like to think that he would have made headways into the starting 11, but given that leg break and given his issues with fitness going on alongside that as well, he hasn't really made a name for himself. And of course the Semenyo signing and Marmoush Doku is a position where he is kind of struggling to get into. But I think for Fulham, they have acquired a fantastic talent. With the contract issues with Harry Wilson, 6 months left, will he re-sign? It's yet to be seen, but Oscar Bob can be a player who can replace him, and also they can build a perfect partnership together if Harry Wilson does stay.
And your Liverpool knowledge and expertise is without compare as well. This Jeremy Jacquet deal, as we were just hearing with Adam in the newsroom there, medical sounds like it's just about to take place. We're expecting that move to all go through for him to join Liverpool in the summer. How crucial is that? And there is a sense maybe around Liverpool that potentially, even though they spent, what, £400 million in the summer, that there is still quite a lot of rebuilding work to be done. But a lot of that focus is on young players right now. And Jeremy Jacquet fits that mould perfectly.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, the age of the players that have been signed recently, we've got players around the 22-23 region with Ekitike, Wirtz, Kerkez as well. So it is really bringing down the average age of the squad right down, similar to what Chelsea have been doing. And I think with Jacquet coming in the summer, and we've got to remember Giovanni Leone, who had that awful ACL injury, because his debut was fantastic. A lot of the Liverpool fans were very excited. At that point, there were conversations of could he replace Konate in the team, because Konate was going through a bad spell. So I think the spine of this team now is getting rebuilt for the future. With Van Dijk aging, of course, he's unfortunately not getting any younger. So, and he's been dubbed as a potential leader, Jeremy Jacquet. He has captained the youth teams in France, and I think it develops their build-up play as well. He's got great progression with breaking through the lines. He can drive the ball into midfield as well, and I think Liverpool are lacking that especially.
Interesting stuff for now. Thank you very much indeed. Right, let's talk Chelsea next. Nizar Kinsella is in our London newsroom for us. Not a great deal of money being spent by Chelsea on transfer deadline day, but that doesn't mean it's quiet.
Yeah, it's not quiet. It's never quiet at Chelsea. But I think the focus really for me is that Chelsea have this sort of sister club that's also owned by the same people, Todd Boehly and Clear Lake Capital, in Strasbourg. So this is a French club that they own. They own Chelsea and Strasbourg. And there's a lot of deals going on between the two clubs. So instead of signing a player, of course, we know Chelsea were interested in Jeremy Jacquet, that 20-year-old centre-back who's joining Liverpool. Instead, they're recalling Mamadou Sarr from Strasbourg. He's actually only played once for Chelsea before at the Club World Cup, but he's coming back to help the team. And let's not forget, the manager of Chelsea right now is Liam Rosenior. He joined Chelsea from Strasbourg mid-season after Enzo Maresca departed. So yeah, we've got this sort of centre-back reunion with Liam Rosenior, and he's going to help Chelsea in the absence of Jeremy Jacquet joining. And now Chelsea are going to give them a couple of players as well. Aaron Anselmino, he's a centre-back, so he replaces Mamadou Sarr. And then David Dacho Fofana, a striker, coming in to replace the injured Emmanuel Emega. And to tie it all up, Emmanuel Emega is joining Chelsea at the end of the season as a new striker. So how about that?
And a lot of the chat around the transfer window is a couple of the players that have been effectively exiled at Stamford Bridge. Raheem Sterling released from his very lucrative contract in the last week. And Axel Disasi, a loan to West Ham. Where are we with that?
Yeah, we're hearing that a medical is being done. Now, it's a really strange one, this, because a medical is being done without a full agreement in place, so that can happen. It's not uncommon on deadline day, so Disasi will be there trying to get the move through, but if something else comes along, that might be hijacked. That's my concern with this. So perhaps West Ham will get Axel Disasi, maybe not. Now there's a couple of other exits as well at Chelsea. Tyreek George is expected to join Everton on loan. There'll be an option to buy there as well. Talented young player. And yeah, there'll be a few others. There's Atto Amper, a few academy players leaving. Atto Amper's this young lad from, he's 19 years old, playing brilliantly from the academy, and he's joining Stoke City on a permanent deal. So we will hear about these kind of deals out of Chelsea. There's more outs than ins really need to happen.
Nizar, you're going to be keeping across it all over the next, 2 hours and 39 minutes or so. For now, thank you very much. Right, we can speak to Chelsea fan Charlie Patrick, who joins us now on transfer deadline day. Charlie, I guess the biggest deal of the transfer window for Chelsea wasn't actually a player, but indeed in the dugout. How have you found the new regime under Liam Rosenior?
He's done surprisingly quite well, to be honest. I think there was a lot of scepticism around his appointment, and naturally so, given, how little managerial experience he had, Hull, Derby, and then 18 months at Strasbourg on his CV before stepping up to Chelsea. There was a lot of scepticism around his appointment, but what he's done is he's come in and he's picked results up, and that's the only way you're going to get the fans on side. That's the only way you're going to kind of prove doubters wrong, is by proving you can get the results and win on the football pitch. So that's been a real positive start, with 6 wins out of 7 in all competitions. And yeah, there's been some not great performances. The first half against West Ham wasn't great, but we're finding a way to get results, which bodes well. And he speaks very well as well. He's very honest. He doesn't sort of try and lie about anything. He'll straight up, if something's not good, he'll say it's not good. So that's been a breath of fresh air from that point of view as well. But I'm always a little bit sceptical about good starts, because we saw Graham Potter come in. He was unbeaten in his first 9 games. It looked really good, and that didn't end particularly well. So we're yet to see how he responds in terms of adversity. But so far, so good, and I'm kind of pleasantly surprised.
We know that kind of Rosenior was brought in, maybe not initially to be given a war chest to spend, and that's the evidence that we've seen over the course of the January transfer window. His mantra, I guess, was to try and work with that squad and get a better tune out of them. Are you surprised maybe that actually they haven't at least made a bigger name signing during this window?
Yeah, 100%. I think, it goes back to the summer. Enzo Maresca wanted a centre-back after Levi Colwill suffered the ACL injury before the season started. He didn't get one. Then you get a lot of reports coming out in January that Chelsea are looking to bring a centre-back in. You spend best part of 3 weeks pursuing the Jeremy Jacquet deal, and make it out that he's your prime target. You really want him, only for Liverpool to get him ahead of you, even though you were prepared to match the bid. So that's disappointment. It feels like we've wasted a lot of time on that. We could have been using our time better to go and bring in an experienced centre-back. That's what we needed. That's what our backline needs. Look, Mamadou Sarr coming back makes sense in terms of he knows Liam Rosenior well. They've worked together. Rosenior knows what he's about, knows that he suits his style of football. I just wonder whether a 20-year-old, relatively inexperienced still, is what Chelsea need going forwards to sort of defence out. I know it's not easy to get a quality proven player in January, particularly at centre-half, but I feel like we kind of wasted a lot of time on the Jacquet deal, and I feel we've kind of let the manager down to a certain extent. When you make out that you're going to bring someone in and you end up just recalling someone from loan, it doesn't come across very well from an optics standpoint for the club and the sporting directors.
And given how congested the race for the top 4, 5, whatever the Champions League spots end up being, are you maybe surprised actually in that respect that more business hasn't been done?
Yeah, for sure, because I think you look at, Chelsea have got this well-documented club-enhanced, club-backed rotation policy where we're seeing 5, 6, 7 changes from game to game, with a view to keeping players as fresh as possible for as much of the season. And in theory, that's all well and good, but it falls down when the quality of your squad players coming in are nowhere near the level required to get the results that we're looking for. You only have to see the fringe players play against West Ham in the first half on the weekend, and they were nowhere near good enough. And so Chelsea, with a competitive our starting 11 fully fit and playing, we're competitive and we can play well. As soon as changes this happen. All of our bad performances this season have stemmed from mass rotation where the squad players coming in aren't good enough. So I would have liked to have seen better players coming in. You know, on that left-hand side, for example, you spent a lot of money on Garnacho and Gittins, both who right now aren't good enough to be playing for Chelsea. And you could have gone, in my opinion, you could have tried harder to get someone like a Semenyo, for example. So I think, you know, the difference could be the backing in the January window, and the difference could be, you know, the quality of the depth that you've got in the squad. And right now, outside the first 11, our squad depth is nowhere near good enough.
With all that said then, where do you expect Chelsea to be when it all shakes out come May?
It'll be fourth or fifth. You know, look, Aston Villa are wobbling a little bit right now. The gap's 6 points. We still got to play them. We'll see at Villa Park. That's difficult. We still got to go to Anfield, the Emirates. You know, we've got some tough games over the course of the season. But for me, this Chelsea squad, despite what I've said about it, it is still good enough to finish fourth or fifth place. And so the bare minimum has to be Champions League football. You know, it wouldn't be acceptable to miss out on Champions League football. That's got to be the aim. I think we can just about do it, but it's going to require players staying fit, and it's going to require those squad players significantly improving their performance levels in order for us to achieve it.
Great stuff, Charlie. Thank you very much. That's Chelsea fan Charlie Patrick joining us on Transfer Deadline Day. Right, what's happening across the continent? We can join our Spanish football reporter Elizabeth Conway now here on Transfer Deadline Day. How have things been so far in La Liga, Liz?
Hello. Well, very quiet, especially when you compare it to the Premier League. In La Liga, the January transfer window is just nowhere near as big as it is for the Premier League. To put that into perspective, the last time Real Madrid signed a first-team player in the January transfer window was in 2019 when they bought Brahim Diaz from Manchester City. So it's been a very quiet day for me. I'm still keeping across all the rumours and the potential transfers and signings. And remember, here in Spain, we get an additional 4 hours. So the La Liga deadline will close at 11 p.m. UK time compared to the Premier League. So we still have a couple more hours to play with to see if there are any surprise signings.
Very quiet seems to be the objective phrase of the Transfer Deadline Day so far, Liz. We are expecting maybe a little bit of business to be done in Spain. What signings can we be looking out for?
Yeah, we have got a really exciting signing here in Madrid. That is Ademola Lookman, who is going to be joining Atletico Madrid from Atalanta for 35 million euros. Now, he is an Englishman, but he represents Nigeria internationally, and he has been playing for Atalanta for 3 years. Atletico Madrid posted this on their socials last night. It caused a huge amount of excitement from fans who are really glad to get another forward into their squad to really add depth to the strikers that they already have. He's 28, as I said, he was born in England, he's London born, and he's got a really good track record. Whilst he was playing for Atalanta, he scored a hat-trick in the Europa League final, which gave Atalanta their first European trophy ever. So he knows how to step up in major moments, in major games. He that year won African Footballer of the Year, and before he joined Atalanta he was playing for the Bundesliga, for Leipzig in the Bundesliga. So he's got huge amounts of experience across leagues in Europe. I don't know how many players would have the experience like Bundesliga, Serie A, and now La Liga. And prior to moving to Germany, he's played with Charlton Athletic, at Everton. He had loan spells at Fulham and Leicester. So he may be a name familiar to some of our UK audiences, but I know he's certainly one that's going to cause a lot of excitement here in Madrid for Atletico fans.
Interesting stuff, Liz. Thank you very much for joining us. That's Liz Conway, our Spanish football reporter there. Right, we are just coming up to 4:30 on Transfer Deadline Day. A reminder, the biggest news of the day so far looks like a transfer that is not going to happen, and that is Jean-Philippe Mateta's move from Crystal Palace to AC Milan off due to issues with his medical. However, we do still believe that the move for Wolves striker Jørgen Strand Larsen for up to £48 million is going to go ahead. The live text on the BBC Sport website is where you can keep across all of those deals, including Jeremy Jacquet's medical to Liverpool from Rennes. Arsenal working on a deal for the Hearts striker, the teenage striker James Wilson as well. We're going to be talking Championship very shortly because it has been a busy day at both ends of the Championship. Not a great deal of money being spent so far on transfer deadline day, but overall across the whole of the window, it has still been very, very busy. Adam Davis is a football finance expert and joins us now here at the BBC Sports Centre. Adam, just try and put this into context of what we've seen over the course of the window so far.
So yeah, as opposed to a lot of summer transfer windows, we do normally see less spending in January than we do in the summer. That being said, this is still one of the highest spending winter windows we have ever seen, which is still seeing an awful lot of transfers, not just within the Premier League and not just within the Championship. Of course, we're seeing that across the globe, and the number of transfers is still continuing to rise.
Why do you think it is that we are not so maybe seeing the quantities of money being spent compared to previous seasons? Is it just sporting reasons and teams are happy with their squads, or are we going to be talking about PSR again?
I'm afraid I think we probably are. I think there's an awful lot that is attributable to the financial regulations. It is important to highlight that, of course, when a club is budgeting for its transfers, we can't just look on this window to window. We've got to take into consideration what took place in the summer, and there was a very high level of spending both in the UK and abroad during last summer's transfer window. The Premier League regularly will spend the most amount of money out of any league that we see across the globe, and it will stimulate a lot of other transfers that we potentially see afterwards. The fact that so many clubs are, we suspect, quite high, quite close to the spending limit of each of these, it simply gives them less of a cap space to be able to spend that on new transfers, even if fans and clubs perhaps would like to get some through the door.
We've heard about FFP, we've heard about PSR. We're going to get a new acronym to try and get used to as of next season, squad cost ratio. Tell us a little bit more about that and the potential differences we could see come the summer window.
Yes, of course. So FFP, as it was once known, and the PSR rules, as we kind of now know it, that they are somewhat similar. The critical thing for the PSR rules, which the Premier League is still currently following, but will be changing, is that they are looking at effectively a rolling 3-year period where a club is allowed to lose a maximum of £105 million over that 3-year period. That's spending on club infrastructure, that's spending on player wages, and that's spending on transfers. And what that means is that actually a lot of these clubs are very much close to that cap. We're moving to what's known as you've rightly said, the squad cost ratio from the 26-27 season. And this will be, depending on whether the club is competing in Europe or not, they'll be allowed to spend different levels of their revenue. So a club that competes in Europe is allowed to spend 70% of their revenue on what we might class as sort of playing costs. So this will include wages, both for players and staff, transfer fees and agency fees. For those that compete just in the Premier League, so don't compete in Europe, that cap is going to push to 85% instead. So what that potentially means is it could be easier to track and easier to monitor how this spending takes place, but the limit on potentially how much people can spend on transfers will still exist. It's not that we'll be able to spend unlimited amounts, just like we can't now.
Adam, I'm forever in awe of you making the very, very complicated sound very, very simple. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's talk Championship now. Joe Linsky's back with us. Busy day in the second tier.
It is, yes. It's there's lots of things happening in the second tier and throughout the EFL. And I think the most significant business, Ben, is being done in terms of players and coaches by a handful of big clubs in the Championship who really are in danger of the unthinkable, falling into League One. There are some big names in that bottom half of the Championship now scrambling on this final day of the window to try and look upwards rather than over their shoulder. And the biggest piece of business does involve a coach, because it's Valérien Ismaël being sacked by Blackburn Rovers. They are former Premier League winners, of course, back in the 90s, but they are back in danger of falling into the third tier again. They are third from bottom in the Championship. They finished 7th last year, actually, so a big drop-off for them. Some of the names being linked are Tony Mowbray, who's been there before, Slaven Bilic, and interestingly their former player Damien Duff as well, who won the Irish title. He's another of the names being linked to replace him. The club just above them, just outside the drop zone, that's West Bromwich Albion, another big club in danger of falling into the third time. It would just be the third tier. It would just be the third time in their history they've gone there if they get relegated. But they made a loan move today for a young Aston Villa attacking midfielder. That's Jamal Jimo Aloba. He's a player who scored the winner in the Europa League for Villa last Thursday. 4 points above the Baggies. That's Sheffield United, last season beaten playoff finalist. They've signed the Sunderland defender Leo Hjelde on loan today, and as we've been hearing through the programme, they're making an ambitious late attempt to sign Calvin Phillips on loan from Manchester City. Former England midfielder, of course, so much Premier League pedigree, but he's only played 7 minutes of senior football this season at the Etihad. He is only 30 years old still, and Chris Wilder perhaps feeling like he might be able to get a tune out of him so that Sheffield United can look upwards rather than over the shoulder like those other two clubs I mentioned.
Yeah, you wonder how much time it might take Calvin Phillips to get up to speed if he has played that little football. That's the bottom of the table taken care of. What about those teams chasing promotion?
Well, Coventry City are the team a lot of people are looking at the moment because they had a big lead at the top of this second tier a few weeks ago. That has been whittled down now. They are level on points with Middlesbrough. They are hoping to complete a deal for the Brentford defensive midfielder Frank Onyeka in the closing stages of this window. A couple of other deals I can update you on is Birmingham City. They're hunting down a playoff place. They've made their loan deal for Patrick Roberts permanent. He's a former Sunderland player now. We've had Stoke City. They're closing in on a move for a Chelsea youngster, actually. Atto Amper, who's 19 years old. Got a few goals in the youth football at Chelsea this season. Would be a permanent signing, perhaps worth up to £3 million for Stoke. So that could be a good piece of business if they've unearthed a gem there. But I think the most significant deal in the Championship, not just today, but perhaps through this window as well, is going to involve a deal that probably doesn't happen because Hayden Hackney has been so influential for Middlesbrough in the centre of their midfield. This club has gone through a change of coach this season, but they are still in the automatic promotion places. Hackney was the subject of interest from Nottingham Forest, but Middlesbrough have turned down that approach, and so Hackney, it looks like, will remain with Borough for the closing stages, the run-in of this season, and keeping him could be the difference between promotion back to the Premier League or what would be for Borough a 10th straight season at this level.
I'd be interested to see if Borough were to get promoted, whether they would be able to keep him in the summer. Joe, sounds like it's going to be a busy couple of hours in the Championship. Thank you very much for now. We have got, just 2 hours or so until the window shuts. Stay with us here at the BBC Sports Centre. are live at the BBC Sports Centre. We have come into the newsroom where we can see our team hard at work, putting the digital clips onto the website, keeping the programme going. But over here we have got the guys and girls who are finding out all of the details behind some of the biggest deals of the day. I use deals plural because there are plenty of deals going on, but there are also plenty of deals that are not happening. We can speak to Nick Mashter, who's keeping across all things going on in the Midlands today, and actually got some news to report.
We do have a little bit of news to report. Yeah. Nottingham Forest have tabled a bid worth up to 25 million for Celtic midfielder Arne Engels. That's their third offer. There is an anticipation that it will be rejected, that it's falling just a little short of Celtic's asking price. I'll just give you a little bit of background. He is their record signing, 11 million from Wolfsburg a couple of years ago, Belgium international. So Forest are trying to do it, but with just over a couple of hours left of the window, we might get into deal sheet territory for that one.
Do you think there is going to be a fourth offer tabled?
Well, they're running out of time, aren't they? And finances will always dictate. Obviously, Forest are still down there. They're still battling against relegation. They need to make sure that they stay up. So that you have to weigh up the pros and cons about whether you spend now to make sure you stay up or keep your powder dry for the summer.
And with your experience, we have seen when there was maybe a tentative question mark about Sandro Tonali at Newcastle quickly said, no, look, that's not happening. If Celtic weren't or didn't want to sell Engels, would they have gone, no, don't bother? Or do you think, with your experience, that there might be a price?
There's always a price. There's always a deal to be done for anybody, isn't there? We've seen that, £100 million, £125 million. So, yeah, there's always something there to be done. Look, teams can always say no, but they're not ever going to stop another team coming back and saying, actually, we really want him. We want to offer you this much. We want to offer you this much. So, as much as Celtic may not want to sell him, there's always the opportunity to.
And is this a player that Nottingham Forest need right now?
It depends. I mean, you look at it, they're quite well stocked in midfield, of course. Elliot Anderson's having a wonderful season, Morgan Gibbs-White as well. Nicholas Dominguez is there alongside Elliot Anderson as well. But Douglas Luiz, of course, has left. So he's joined Aston Villa on loan, having had his loan from Juventus at Forest cancelled for the second half of the season. So they are a midfielder down, if you want to look at it like that. So there is a chance Dyche might just feel they need a few extra numbers.
Nick, we'll leave you to it right now. We've got Sammy Motbell as well, keeping across all of the deals. Sammy, look, we've talked at length about the Jean-Philippe Mateta. What I want to get an insight into now is, every time we come over to you, you're constantly tapping away on your phone. Give us an insight into what you're doing on a day like today. How busy are you? What are you up to? Yeah. Who are you speaking to?
My biggest concern at the moment is if my phone's going to run out of battery, so I need to try and find a charger.
I've got a charger over there. I'll let you borrow my charger in a minute.
But yeah, look, you tap into, I think, years of sort of cultivating your contacts comes all into play on days like this, because you need to kind of find the right balance of tapping into them but also not overdoing it and not trying to annoy them and bother them too much, because you've got to remember they're going to be massively busy as well today. Sporting directors, agents, chief executives are all going to be like us, going to be constantly on the phone trying to do deals. So it's finding the right balance of tapping into your contacts and using your contacts, but also not overdoing it so that you can continue to go back to them in the future.
Yes. And how much experience do you need, and how, on a day like today and when these transfer moves are happening, that agents might be speaking to you and maybe trying to use journalists to get stories out into the media to try and provoke a reaction one way or another, whether it be a player or be a club? How have you found that in the past?
Well, I think that comes with experience, and every journalist worth their salt has fallen into that trap. But I think with experience, I think you learn which relationships you value and which contacts you're able to trust, and it's also the level of contact, how close that person is to the deal and what their intentions are. You often as I said, it comes with experience. You know when someone's trying to pull your leg, and you know when the information that they're giving you is genuine. Listen, it's, I think, as I said earlier, all of us have fallen into traps of doing favours for maybe agents that we shouldn't have done. But I think we, as often as we can, we like to avoid those traps and put across what is genuinely accurate.
I feel like we have been a little bit blessed. The last couple of transfer deadline days have been very, very busy. This one has been very, very quiet so far. There hasn't been a great deal of action. But on the last transfer deadline day, it was very, very busy. And we waited until 7 o'clock, and all of these deals that were in the offing were still in the offing when it came to 7 o'clock. And it wasn't till, around about 7:45 that the Mark Gahey deal in the summer fell through. And all of these deals that we were thinking that were going to happen actually took until a little bit longer. Talk us through that process of why, when the deadline shuts at 7, some of the deals we've been talking about today may still happen.
Right, so that there is a deal sheet, a Premier League deal sheet that clubs can submit into the Premier League when they know that a deal is probably going to happen, but it will go beyond the 7 o'clock cut-off. So that what the Premier League need to be satisfied with once they sort of put that deal sheet in is that the deal is at a certain stage, at an advanced stage, that it actually looks like it's going to happen. If a deal sheet is put in that looks rather frivolous, should we say, the Premier League are well within their rights to reject that, and that deal would be over.
Sammy, I'm going to go find you my charger, but for now, thank you very much. We'll be back with Sammy Motbell a little bit shortly. But even though the transfer deadline day so far has been a little bit quiet, maybe that's putting it mildly, Emma Middleton has been keeping across lots of the fan reaction. Emma, over to you. I need to get Sammy that charger.
Well, it's not quite online, I'll tell you that, Ben. Hi, yes, come back over to the corner here where we're looking at all of you guys have been sending in online, on YouTube and on the BBC Sport website. And we're now going to take a little look at the clubs that have had a quieter transfer window. We focused a lot on what's been happening, but what hasn't been happening. So, in no particular order, I'm sensing some frustration from Brighton fans about the lack of signing. So, Stu in Brighton says, another transfer window about to shut and Brighton have completed zero business, which is not ideal when you could do with a right winger or an attacking midfielder. That's according to Will Grimes in Ireland. Thank you, Will and Stu, for sending those in. And how about Newcastle then, who have not bought any players in this window? It's been very quiet indeed. Jeff Siddle says his club are desperately in need of reinforcements with the Champions League, Carabao Cup, FA Cup and Premier League still at play. John from Derbyshire has gone in even stronger on that and says there doesn't seem to be any ambition at all at Newcastle, even though they're in all competitions and other clubs are strengthening so they can compete in fixtures and try to win. Newcastle are going backwards. And finally, a quick check-in with Everton fans as well, who actually seem much more content with the fact that this winter window has been much quieter for them. Andy Rudd's in Birmingham. The only need for Everton is a right back. We could strengthen at centre back and obviously up front, but I'd rather we didn't panic. And that's the consensus that I've been seeing from most Everton fans on the contact form on the BBC Sport website, is that actually it's fine if we don't sign anyone. I'd rather us do that than waste the money on players we don't need. But there's still plenty of time yet and plenty of time for you to send us, obviously, your thoughts, your opinions. We want to hear from you. The place to be is BBC Sport's Transfer Deadline Day live page, or if you're watching on YouTube, let us know in the comments what you're thinking. There's still, a good couple of hours to go.
And we will be with you every step of the way. Emma, thank you very much. You are live at the BBC Sports Centre. We have got, 2 hours and 7 minutes to go until the transfer window shuts in England. A reminder, the deadline in Scotland is at 11 o'clock. We have got all of our reporters out in the newsroom ready to bring you the very latest on those last-minute deals as and when they happen. But we do have one confirmed deal to bring you, and that is Sunderland have agreed a deal worth up to £17.5 million for the Anderlecht and Ecuador winner Nilson Angulo. The 22-year-old leaves Belgium after 3.5 years with 13 goal contributions this season across 30 appearances. Elsewhere, that deal for Crystal Palace striker Jean-Philippe Mateta, now in jeopardy, appears to be off with issues with his medical. Wolves have accepted a new offer worth up to £48 million from Palace for Jørgen Strand Larsen. Not too far off being confirmed, that one. Sheffield United have launched the loan move for Manchester City midfielder Calvin Phillips. Arsenal working on a loan deal for the teenage Hearts striker James Wilson. Fulham have rejected an approach from Everton for Harry Wilson, but Everton are closing in on a deal for the Chelsea winger Tyreek George. Nottingham Forest have tabled a third offer for the Celtic midfielder Arne Engels. That's worth up to £25 million. But as Nick Masheter was just telling us, that offer short of the club's valuation. Liverpool have agreed a £60 million deal for defender Jeremy Jacquet. 5.5-year contract, not expected to move to Anfield until the summer. We're hearing he's having his medical right now. And the Chelsea defender Axel Disasi expected to join West Ham on loan too. We've got Nahian Chowdhury with us from the last pundit standing. It's been a quiet day so far. But what have you made of the saga, I guess we can call it that, surrounding Jean-Philippe Mateta? The will he, won't he? Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Is he going to move? Is he not going to move? And after all of this, it sounds like a long-standing knee injury could well scupper this.
Yeah, I think from a Mateta point of view, it's probably a big shame going to a club like AC Milan. The stature of the club, the size of it, the stadium, it's everything you'd probably want as a player, and to go all that way and probably potentially fail your medical due to a knee injury. Maybe a bit of sly tactics from Crystal Palace, leaving it this late, maybe expecting AC Milan not to follow through with a full medical, because obviously they can be quite quick ones, basic medicals, just to get him through the door. But I think maybe now we see that maybe Palace kind of knew that, and this is why they're probably going for Strand Larsen as well. And those deals aren't really off the back of each other, regardless if Mateta leaves or not. So I think from Palace's point of view, I think they're probably a bit disappointed that the medical's not gone through, and probably Mateta himself especially.
It's been a quiet transfer deadline day so far since we've come on air at 3 o'clock this afternoon. A lot of the stories we've been talking about haven't really had too much movement on them either being confirmed or not. But if we take a look at the transfer window as a whole, the general consensus is that Manchester City have had the best window as they try and chase down Arsenal at the top of the table. Maybe we didn't have evidence of that at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium at the weekend. But how impressed have you been with the business that Manchester City have got done in this window?
I mean, to sign two of the best players in the Premier League, and Antoine Semenyo and Marc Guéhi, for, especially Marc Guéhi's case, a very cut price. I mean, of course, he had 6 months left on his deal, but for £20 million, everyone would be clamoring on that, regardless of if he had 6 months or even if he was available for free in the summer. And in the case of Antoine Semenyo, he's hit the ground running. It's a player that everyone was looking at. Liverpool, where Chelsea, Arsenal were rumoured to as well. And he can bring that X factor and maybe clamber those points back. It is 6 points and it can be a lot, but he has the potential to do so. And in Marc Guéhi's case, a real leader at the back, with of course the injuries to Ruben Dias, Gvardiol as well. They really needed someone at the back to Liverpool's expense, but Man City won't care about that at all.
Say, a real sliding doors moment that we had in the summer when Marc Guéhi was, to all intents and purposes, moving to Liverpool. Crystal Palace couldn't get a replacement in. That deal fell through. Now he's gone to Manchester City. Could be taking points off Liverpool. It's going to be fascinating to see. We're going to be hearing from a Liverpool fan a little bit later in the hour as well. But for now, thank you very much. Well, just a reminder, the transfer window in England shuts at 7 o'clock. 11 o'clock is the deadline in Scotland. But the women's transfer window, that doesn't shut until tomorrow. So what can we expect to happen? Emma Sanders chatted to me a little bit earlier.
Well, I don't want to say it'll be quiet, but you never know with the transfer window. We think it will be, though. There doesn't sound like there's going to be too much happening at the moment, but all eyes are going to be on Everton's Kelly Gargo. She has been wanting to leave. She wants to join PSG, but we believe that they've only offered 10% of her £500,000 release clause. So it looks like nothing's going to be happening there at the moment. Aston Villa, they could get one more in. We know that they've been looking at attacking options, so maybe keep an eye on them. But elsewhere, it's been mainly talk about what clubs are going to be bringing in the summer. Arsenal have been extremely busy working on pre-contract agreements to try and get in on a Battier from Barcelona, which would be an absolutely fantastic signing. An England international, Georgia Stanway as well, which we believe is pretty advanced, and they're just waiting on the paperwork for that. So yeah, all eyes on their business in the summer for tomorrow as well.
If we look at the January window as a whole, what's been particularly catching your eye?
Well, I think you look at the likes of Manchester City, who are on the verge of winning their first WSL title in 10 years. So what do they go and do? Buy USA midfielder Sam Coffey, one of the best players in the world. I think she's probably been the best signing of the window so far. They need some cover in the Asia Cup. They're going to lose some big players, the likes of Yui Hasegawa in that midfield role. So bringing in Sam Coffey will really help take them to another level and hopefully get them over the line.
So if we've got maybe the best signing of the window, who's had the best window, do you think?
Well, I think if you look at bottom club Liverpool, they were in desperate need, weren't they, of players. Hadn't had a win before January, and they went and spent quite big in the window so far, they've brought in a lot of attacking options who have already got on the score sheet. They've got that win in the bag, so I think they'll be extremely busy and very happy with their business so far. And then Tottenham as well, probably the other club that I've been looking at. They did their business really early. The likes of Sinja Gaupset that they got over the line in November. She's been fantastic for them, one of the best up-and-coming young players in the world. So I think those two are probably the two clubs that will be happiest.
Well, delighted to be joined by the former England captain, Steph Houghton, with us in the studio. Steph, thank you very much for joining us. Looking at the WSL window as a whole then, maybe it's going to be a quiet transfer deadline day for them as well, but whose business have you been most impressed by?
I would probably have to talk about Spurs. I think Spurs have made some really interesting signings. I think the likes of Julie Blackstad, who used to play for Manchester City a few years ago, coming back to WSL, very strong left-sided player. Spurs look as though their ambition is to try and reach them Champions League places, and I've probably got to mention my team in terms of Manchester City, the big signing of Sam Coffey, bringing her in as an experienced player, USA international, probably at that right age where her best years are to come, and I think for me, I think that was an area that we really needed to strengthen.
And how much of a statement was that, especially considering the season that Manchester City are having in the WSL this season, that they're not just prepared to coast towards the end of the season, but to all intents and purposes, it looks like they are going to win the WSL title this year. But they are really keen on strengthening, not just in this window, but then potentially for the future as well. Puts that a statement for the rest of the league?
I think so, and I think that's something that we've probably, as a club in previous years, I think Chelsea, Arsenal have been very good in these windows in terms of bringing the best players in and getting them at the right time, at the right prices, and City have sometimes lacked in that area. But I think now, in terms of where we are in the league, I think a massive win against Chelsea yesterday to bring in someone with so much experience, and of course you're going to lose players to the Asian Cup in the next few weeks, so the likes of Yui Hasegawa, a midfielder that's going to be missing, who's so key to how City play. So to bring someone in with that quality is, I do feel as though it's a big statement and something that City have been trying to do for a few years, and now it seems to be happening.
Since we spoke to Emma earlier this morning, The Guardian reporting that the Arsenal fullback Katie McCaig likely to leave the club this summer, 10 years in North London. How much of an influence has she had at that club?
I mean, if you're at a club for 10 years, it says something about you as a person, but also as a player. And we know what Katie McCabe's like, that left back, that she's feisty, she's aggressive, but she adds quality with the ball. And I think to be at a club like Arsenal for 10 years and to win the trophies that she has, I think it's testament to her. But I think in terms of Renée Slager's signed a new contract in the last few months, and I think now it's about her trying to develop her squad and trying to freshen that squad up to. And obviously there are a few points behind Manchester City and the likes of Chelsea, and they're in and around Manchester United in the league. So I think their season hasn't gone so well this year. But I think for me, I think it's about time that they did freshen up the squad and bring in new players. And unfortunately, the likes of Kate McCabe, if it's rumoured to be true, I think she should be proud of her career, but also she's still a good player and could move on to a club in the WSL.
And the strength that we're seeing now, especially at the top of the WSL, Manchester United, Arsenal and Chelsea, not much to choose between them this season. Manchester City putting out a statement, strengthening whilst they're on top. If this transfer window is going to be a little bit quiet, what do we think we're going to see in the summer?
I think there'll be big moves in the summer. If it's quiet these next 2 days, I think the competition and the trying to fight for the WSL title, and also the League Cup and the FA Cup, and also most importantly, it's probably the Champions League places. I think between them clubs, you've got the likes of Spurs that are trying to get in the mix of between Chelsea, Arsenal, Manchester United, Manchester City. So I can see a lot of big moves in the summer, and I think that's what makes our league the best league in the world, is because we are attracting the best players in the world to come and play, and the football is great. And now that competition in terms of who can get the best sign and who can build the biggest squads, it's really on, and that's what we've been wanting for years and years.
And if we look at the Premier League, and we were just speaking to Nahian there about the deals that Manchester City have done over the course of the window, the widely kind of held opinion that they've had the best transfer window of all the teams towards the top of the table. Do you think Pep Guardiola is going to be satisfied with where his squad is at right now? Okay, a lot of injuries.
I think barring the injuries, I think if you add in the likes of Anton Semenyo and Mark Guéhi to your squad, I think they would be very sought after from a number of clubs in the Premier League. And you look at Mark Guéhi, a starter for Crystal Palace, a captain, won trophies, got his team to European football for the first time, and at the age of 25, 26, he is coming into his peak years, and who's better to go and learn under than Pep Guardiola? So for him on a personal level, it's an unbelievable move. Obviously, there was so much rumours about him going to Liverpool in the summer, and that didn't go through. So in terms of that left-sided defence for City, it's going to be stronger now, especially with Guardiola out for a long time. Obviously, John Stones with his injuries, Nathan Ake, is he on his way out? But I think for me, Semenyo is unbelievable. I think I've really admired him at Bournemouth in terms of the goals and the assists that he's got for that club down south. And I think for me, I think to have him in this team, he gives Manchester City a little bit a different option. He's not generally a dribbler like Doku or Savinho. He gives them a little bit of versatility across that front three or front two like they played yesterday, but and also goals. And I think it's important that you try and offload Erling Haaland as much as possible. So I think you'll be really happy.
And how important is it? Because we saw maybe the deals that Manchester City did in 2025, that they brought in the likes of Cherki and Kusanov, players that maybe didn't have that Premier League experience, that actually in this transfer window, they're able to get Semenyo, they're able to get Guéhi, and to all intents and purposes, they're able to hit the ground running, because that is exactly what you need at this time of year.
Especially when you're chasing down Arsenal, and that's the scenario now, is that the points gap is getting a little bit bigger because of yesterday's results. So you do need them players that are ready to go and ready to play and know what the intensity of this Premier League's like when you're playing every 3 or 4 days, or with cup competitions as well. So I think it's been quite a smart move from the club in terms of getting players that are ready for action as soon as possible, and they've slotted in really well, which is a testament to them, but also the club. I think they welcome new players very quickly. And when you talk about the likes of Kusanov and Cherki, I think it's going to take them a bit of time. They're coming to a new country, they're learning a new different way of playing, and the way that the philosophy is with City, it's very different to a lot of clubs. So it was always going to take them time to bed in, but with Mark Guéhi and Semenyo, they are ready to go, and they've performed really well over the last 2 games.
We've seen that Arsenal, Mikel Merino looks like he's going to be out probably until the end of the season now. Manchester City had their a little wobble at the weekend. Aston Villa lost. Liverpool, Manchester United, Chelsea, all struggling for consistency. Where do you think we are in that title race right now? Is it Arsenal's to lose? Or do you think that actually the injuries that we're seeing with Arsenal, with Manchester City's defence, could actually have a big bearing in where the title ends up this season? I
think it's a shame for Mourinho, first and foremost. I think in terms of what he's done when Gyökeres was injured, obviously Havertz has been out, Jesus has been out to go and play in that number 9 position, but generally he plays as a midfielder for Arsenal. But I think that is an area where they're stacked with quality in terms of, you've got Odegaard, who was sitting on the bench, you brought in Eze from Crystal Palace, you've got the likes of Declan Rice, Zubimendi, which are full of quality. And I think that's one thing that we've spoke about this season, is Arsenal's strength and depth, and that was clear to see against Leeds at the weekend. And I don't feel as though Arsenal need to rush in the market to try and replace him if he is injured. It's obviously a massive shame, but I think they have enough cover in that area to kind of be at the top of the league and try and win the league. I think it's been so much talked about in terms of can they do it this season, and the pressure is on, and I really do feel as though it's theirs to lose, because they're in this position now where winning on Saturday, Manchester City dropping points, Aston Villa dropping points, it's been a pivotal weekend for the Gooners.
And if we take a look at one of the other clubs, not going to be in the title race, but certainly in the mix for Champions League football right now, in Manchester United, one of the biggest deals of the window, I guess, was getting rid of Ruben Amorim and bringing in Michael Carrick. And I don't think even the most optimistic of Manchester United fans could quite have seen them taking 9 points from his first 3 games. What have you made of Manchester United's start under Michael Carrick? And take us inside that dressing room when there is a new manager that comes into a club and seems to have just rejuvenated them.
I think the biggest thing for me when I look at this Manchester United team is that they look like they're enjoying how they are playing. And I think when you enjoy it as a player, it means you can perform a lot better. You're able to create them connections a little bit more. And you're talking about players with a lot of experience. Look at Bruno Fernandes, been at Manchester United for 6 years. You look at players like Casemiro winning titles at Real Madrid, coming over to Manchester, doing really well. and you see them enjoying their football and it all coming together. And I think with Carrick going in, you can see that they have that respect for him because of how good he was as a player. And I feel as though he's just kind of settled the ship in the sense of he's probably making players feel a little bit more valued. So when it comes to Sunday and they're playing against Fulham and you're bringing on Benjamin Sesko, who probably wants to play every minute, when you're coming on and getting that winning goal, it means that you're part of that team. So you can feel like there's a little bit of change in terms of mentality, but also that enjoyment factor and that little bit of togetherness that we've probably been missing under Amarin.
Talk about enjoyment, you talk about togetherness. We saw something pretty similar, I guess, when Ole Gunnar Solskjaer took over at Manchester United. It lasted for a little while and then seemed to peter out a little bit. How much of a factor does that have in how well you actually perform on the pitch? Take us into some of the dressing rooms that you've been in the past when maybe things haven't been going well, and then when they have been going well, even if you've got the same team of players.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think you probably get different types of people. I think I was always one that was, no matter if I didn't really enjoy it or was in a bit of a kind of a week where it wasn't going my way, you'd still apply yourself very well, you'd be professional, you'd be dedicated. And I think sometimes that's hard to do for some people, especially when you're not really necessarily happy, you don't feel as though it's going the way that you want it to go, but ultimately you're there to do a job. But I think when you're enjoying it and you've got that little bit of confidence, and belief's probably a big word. I feel as though he's came into the club and give them a little bit more belief, and you can see by nobody expected them to beat Manchester City or Arsenal in the first two games. That was just not on the cards, but I think it's more the way that they did it. They were so resilient, especially at Arsenal at the Emirates Stadium, to come back and win and to bring the players like Cunha off the bench and score an unbelievable goal. It just shows that he's obviously got that really good man management and he knows what it takes to be a player. But there has been times when it's hard to get yourself going, but ultimately you've just got to do your job as best you can.
Yeah, well, if we want to find out a little bit more about Michael Carrick's tactical setup, our correspondent Umit Irfan can tell us a little bit more.
Whilst at Middlesbrough, Michael Carrick set up in a 4-2-3-1 shape on paper, but he's also spoken about how this shape on paper matters less than the positions and the shapes that Middlesbrough at that time took up in certain phases of play. So when Middlesbrough under Carrick were building out from the back, they often took this 4-2 shape from the back. So with 7 players committed to deep build-up, they prioritised building up short. Now, we know Ruben Amorim started doing this at the start of his tenure before moving away and playing long, and that partly suited the players that they had. It also partly counteracted the really intense pressure that they faced, and it suited someone like Lamens, who will be asked to build short from the back if Michael Carrick is given time to implement his style of play. We know under Fletcher, Lamens looked a little bit shaky in building out from the back, so this will be a question as to how well he can do this under Michael Carrick. But players like Lisandro Martinez will become extra valuable in these positions because this sort of style of play from the back in terms of build-up will be something that Carrick likes to prioritise because he wants to keep the ball and dominate possession. Moving up the pitch, this 4-2-3-1 shape changed because the left-back, Ryan Giles at the time, pushed up, the left winger moved inside, the right winger stayed high and wide, and the right-back formed the back three with the 2 centre-backs like this. So this shape is something that Michael Carrick has been very strict on throughout his career at Middlesbrough, and it's something that we'll see at Manchester United as well. His assistant, Steve Holland, has spoken about how this 3-2-5 shape can be formed in different ways. It doesn't have to be with the left-back pushing forward and the left-wide attacker moving inside. It can be done in different ways. And, for example, one solution to that might be with the left-back instead moving into midfield and a central midfielder better attacking, pushing up, with the 2 wide players being wingers. And this might be someone like Kobbie Mainoo next to a Bruno Fernandes. That makes total sense. All the same, you might still see someone like Dorgu pushing high and wide, with a Matheus Cunha coming inside, getting in more attacking positions to try and score. But essentially, you will see this 3-2-5 shape in attack. The way Middlesbrough often like to score was by releasing their wide player in these positions. This would push the defensive line back, and space would open up for these players for cutbacks to then try and score from. So we might see that again under Michael Carrick when his United side are a little bit more stable in the coming months. Out of possession, this shape then moves into a back 4. At Middlesbrough, he often liked to defend more zonally in a 4-4-2, which will be a sensible approach if he does opt to use it. At Manchester United, obviously the defenders are more used to playing in a back 4 given their career, and this is a shape that most top teams do use. If opposition do put an extra body back into the defensive line, then you'll also see one wide player dropping in to prevent them from getting an overload in the back line. But typically, this looks like a 4-4-2. At times, when they did defend more aggressively, they were cut open through the middle. So I think this is the approach that Carrick will use to start with.
Well, we've come into the newsroom here in the heart of the BBC Sports Centre, and we can see our team of football reporters busy typing away, chasing those late last-minute deals. Believe it or not, we have got, what, an hour and 45 minutes to go until the window shuts in England, and we've still not had a completed deal done in the Premier League so far today. We are hoping that changes between now and 7 o'clock, and Nick Masheter, our Midlands football reporter, is probably going to be at the centre of a few of those last-minute deals. Bring us up to speed with what's been happening at Wolves today.
Yeah, we're still waiting on them, as you said, to complete these deals. But Adam Armstrong's due to arrive from Southampton for an initial 7 million. Angel Gomez is due to come in from Marseille on loan. I think that makes it the fourth or fifth Gomez that they have in the squad. Angel Gomez, Rodrigo Gomez, João Gomez, Totti Gomez. So I don't think they just go for those players.
It makes the shirt numbering a lot easier.
Yeah, exactly. We're looking at those two deals for Wolves at the minute. But as we said earlier, that's the Shea Adams deal for Torino. That's pretty much dead.
And tell us why that deal is pretty much dead.
Ultimately, Wolves didn't hear back from Torino, unfortunately. They did put a bid in last week, and they were keen. There's a historical interest. Wolves have been keen on Shea Adams in the past, but unfortunately, Torino held firm and just ultimately didn't reply.
The Jean-Philippe Mateta deal from Crystal Palace to AC Milan looks dead in the water now, but that's not having a knock-on effect for Jorgen Strand Larsen moving to Selhurst Park. Where are we at with that?
Yeah, we're just waiting for that one to go through. It looks like it's all ready to go. Again, we're just waiting for the nod, waiting for the text, waiting for the calls, just to say, yeah, look, this is about to go.
Very quiet. We're just waiting. That is the story of transfer deadline day so far, and I feel if we go along our line of football reporters here, we might get a similar response. Sharon Hafez, keeping across all things Manchester City today. Is actually some business being done at the Etihad Stadium for a couple of players leaving?
Yeah, I don't want to repeat what Nick said, but I'll have to because we're still waiting on Calvin Phillips to Sheffield United and Divan Mukasa to Leicester. Both would be on loan in the Championship. So, as you said, no Premier League deals done yet, and it's a waiting game until 7 o'clock and probably beyond as well tonight.
Calvin Phillips, as Joe was telling us a little bit earlier, has played 7 minutes of football for Manchester City this season. How important is it for him to actually get some first-team football and get a move away from the Etihad after the deal just hasn't worked out for him over the last few years?
Yeah, it'll be his third loan spell away from Manchester City, and just poor guy's career's just stalled, hasn't it, since moving to Manchester City from Leeds for £45 million. He was England's best player after the 2020 Euros final, where they were edged out by Italy. Just hasn't worked out for him. Looks like Guardiola didn't fancy him, and another opportunity for him to try and get his career back on track.
Nice stuff. We'll get back to it. Shamin, thank you very much. We can join Adam Patel, our Liverpool reporter, as well. Liverpool spending big on transfer deadline day, but for a player in Jeremy Jacquet who's not going to move to the club till the summer, where are we at right now?
Well, as I said earlier, the medical is ongoing. Assuming there's no hiccups, that deal should be done today.
Great stuff. And how important is it for Liverpool to be continuing this rebuild? We were speaking with Nahian earlier about the age profile of the player. Is that a really conscious move that Arne Slot and the Liverpool hierarchy are making right now?
Yeah, massive. He's actually the fifth centre-back that Liverpool have signed that's under the age of 20 since the summer. So there's a clear focus there on future-proofing the back line. Giovanni Leoni would have seen much more of him this season, but sadly he's out with an ACL injury. But that's very much the focus going into next season, where the likes of Leoni, the likes of Jeremy Jacquet will probably play a much bigger part.
Great stuff, Adam. We'll leave you to sort that story out as and when it happens. We've got Sammy Motberley, who's been keeping across the Jean-Philippe Mateta news today. As we understand it, Sammy, that deal not going to happen.
No, it's off. He's not going to AC Milan, which is a big shock. We were across the story last night. We were hearing that there were issues with his medical, with his knee, and that has all come to fruition today. And yeah, that deal is off, unfortunately, for him.
Anything else we need to be keeping an eye on a very quiet transfer deadline day so far?
Yep, I've we were on the story this morning about Arsenal being in talks to sign James Wilson, an 18-year-old striker from Hearts. My understanding is now Tottenham have hijacked the deal, and Wilson is signing for Tottenham.
And that is out on a loan deal, a permanent deal? Talk us through that.
It will be on a loan with an option. So it's basically going to be a long, a 6-month trial, and he'll go straight into the academy, and he will have the opportunity to earn a contract.
Interesting stuff. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll be speaking to our Scottish football reporter, Kerry Dean Iddesan, a little bit later in the hour as well. Keeping across all things Manchester United for us is Simon Stone. No incomings, Simon. Plenty of outgoings amongst some of the younger players, and one important first-team player that's actually staying.
Yes, I don't know how happy he is about it, but Tyrell Malacia has basically made one substitute appearance this season. He was in the bomb squad. Everybody thought he was going to leave in the summer. He didn't leave. The expectation was he was going to leave, and I think he expected to leave this window. But the injury to Patrick Dorgu, a hamstring injury, might rule him out until April, means that Manchester United have looked at the situation, thought, if we let Malacia go, we're getting rid of our main cover for Luke Shaw as a left back. So they've decided that they don't want that to happen. I suppose the problem for Malacia is he's going to stay, he'd have to stay, but how much football is he going to play? And I think that is why he will be frustrated, but that's the decision that Manchester United have made, and Tyrell Malacia must stay at Old Trafford.
Manchester United not bringing any players in during this window, maybe not too much of a surprise. Had Michael Carrick's reign not started so successfully, do you think that would have changed anything?
Well, we'll never know, and Manchester United will say no, because they said right at the start of this window that all they were going to do was pursue existing targets. If they became available, then they would go for them, and they tried to sign Antoine Semenyo, and it didn't work out, and Ruben Amorim asked if the money could be used in another area and was basically told no, and that was a sense of frustration that I think bubbled over in the end and led to his dismissal. Manchester United have been steadfast in saying this, but you're right, if they'd have lost these 3 games, then maybe they would have been looking at it differently, but they didn't. They won those 3 games. The European place that looked in jeopardy now looks pretty secure, and they're actually pushing to get into the Champions League. So you could argue that United could do with it a bit of a boost. Central midfield is an issue, but I think they've also decided that they're paying Casemiro such a huge amount of money. He is playing well. They don't want to do anything that's going to destabilise that, and maybe have him not playing. That wouldn't be the benefit for the team. So that's the decision that they've made. They're going to have to live with it.
Interesting stuff. Simon, we'll let you get back to it. I guess another element of the Manchester United equation is that they don't have any other cup football to be playing so far this season, so maybe they don't need a squad quite so big. Plenty of talking points around today, probably more talking points around today than there are actually deals being done right now, with just over an hour to go until the window shuts. But Emma Middleton, you're keeping across all of the fan reaction. Tell us more.
I am indeed. Just because there are no deals done does not mean that you guys don't want to have your say. So let's have a look at some of the comments that have come in just in the past few minutes. And a few of them are about the winter window as a whole, and whether it's good to splash the cash or actually zip up that purse instead. Tom Nielsen in Essex: while January is meant for plugging holes, it often leads to panic buying, where a team spends a fortune on a player who not only fails to perform, but actually disrupts the existing chemistry, drains the wage bill, or even accelerates a slide towards relegation. Simon Greaves in Bristol: the winter window is always about panic buys at inflated prices and mostly suiting the big rich clubs as usual. So again, echoing this idea that a quiet winter transfer window isn't necessarily a bad thing. But do you agree, or would you rather see some last minute moves? You can let us know. We've got about an hour and a half until that window shuts at 7 o'clock, so plenty of time to have your say, and all you need to do is be on that BBC Sport live transfer deadline day page, and there's a big yellow button that says get involved, so hit that and let us know.
Emma, as always, thank you very much. You can keep those comments, as Emma was saying, coming in on the BBC Sport website and app. Just a reminder, we are going to be on air here on Transfer Deadline Day on the iPlayer, on the BBC Sport website and indeed on YouTube until 7:10 this evening. So we're going to go right through the transfer window that shuts in England at 7 o'clock. A reminder, the window in Scotland closes at 11, and in the WSL that is tomorrow as well. But we can talk about one of the other clubs that has done a little bit of business so far in the transfer window, and as we were just hearing, potentially hijacking that move for Wilson, the Hearts striker, as well. We can speak now to Spurs fan Ali Speechley. And Ali, thank you very much for joining us. I'll tell you what, I dare say nothing pleases Tottenham doing transfer business than taking a player that Arsenal wanted.
Right, it's time to get our own back. Otherwise, it's been a bit of a snooze fest, though, hasn't it, this transfer window? But I think I'm really pleased with Conor Gallagher, to be honest. I think that's going to turn out to be a pretty nifty bit of business for us.
Why'd you say that?
Just because, I mean, I think he proved against City his value. I think he is a tenacious player. He's a hard worker. And I know some fans were worried that he wasn't going to be as creative and attacking as we need. And we do still desperately need support there. But I think he showed yesterday, especially with his assist for Dominic Solanke's Puskas-nominated goal, that, you know, he can deliver and he can help us get the goals that we so desperately need.
Looking at how you're fighting on all fronts right now as well, the Champions League form, stark contrast to the Premier League form. Is there a case of actually just needing numbers through the door with a couple of these signings?
I think absolutely. Our injury crisis, yet again, is just ridiculous week on week now. So I think, unfortunately, we do still need to make some more signings. I think, in particular, a striker is still desperately needed, and some attacking midfielders, because all of our midfielders are in the injury lounge.
There's been lots of managerial transfers happening over the course of the transfer window, particularly at Manchester United, particularly at Chelsea. Thomas Frank has always seemed in the crosshairs a little bit. Where do you think we are right now with him, and where are the majority of Tottenham fans?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? He's been hanging on for a few months now, I think. I personally was very supportive of us getting him in the summer, and I was quite disappointed with how his tenure's been so far. But I do think these things do take time, and I think a lot of Spurs fans have got delusions of grandeur a little bit at the moment. You know, we were 17th last season for a reason, and it is going to take time to turn it around. I'm hoping that we get to see a bit more from Frank as some of our injured players come back. I think Solanke coming back in has been massive, and we can only hope that things improve as the others return. But I'm prepared to be more patient with Frank, but I know the majority of fans do still want him out.
14th in the table at the minute. You're just as close to 7th, I think, as you are the relegation zone. So it may be a little bit deceptive. But come May, where will Tottenham fans be satisfied, do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess this links to my point around delusions of grandeur. Personally, I think if we're 14th at the moment, as you say, the table is a bit silly business at the moment. You can jump quite quickly. I think, you know, obviously, ideally, we want to be challenging for those European spots. But I think the way this season has gone so far, I'd be happy to be in the top half of the table.
Ali, really appreciate you joining us on Transfer Deadline Day. Thank you very much. Best of luck for the rest of the season. It was an impressive performance from Tottenham Hotspur yesterday in the second half, at least. What did you make of that performance? And where are Tottenham at right now?
I think yesterday's game probably sums up Spurs at this moment in time. I think there's that wishful thinking that when Manchester City come to town, you're going to have a really good game, you're going to give everything, and then in that 45 minutes, it's like 45 minutes wasted. But I think you're seeing more of what Spurs could potentially do in that second half. I think they pressed higher, they were more aggressive. Of course, having Dominic Solanke back is a big boost for Thomas Frank in terms of you got someone that you know that's going to score, and if you put the ball into areas, he's going to try and make things happen, as like his second goal. I don't think we've ever seen one of them like that before. But I think for me, I think it is frustrating for a Spurs fan because of this inconsistency, and I think to be honest, I think they have to be patient with Frank. This is my personal opinion in terms of there's a lot of things that have changed in the hierarchy off the pitch in terms of Daniel Levy going and the ownership changing. So I think as though patience is critical for Spurs fans, and especially with Thomas Frank and what he did with Brentford. It takes time to build that culture to really get everybody buying into what he wants the team to be. And of course, when you're missing big players as well, it doesn't really help. I think obviously you're missing Van de Ven yesterday with injury. He's never had to pick Kulusevski yet. Madison's been injured, so they are big players. And you look at Conor Gallagher coming in, I think he was a player that Spurs needed, because sometimes Spurs can be a little bit soft, and I feel as though he's a player that can get in and around midfielders, can break up play, be aggressive. But also Xavi Simons, I think you're seeing him now being the productive player that we thought he could be. I think he's now trying to find that form. He's getting used to the Premier League. He's getting used to the intensity. And I think this could be a real turning point for Thomas Frank. And it's so crazy that they're doing so well in the Champions League. And if they could replicate that form in the Premier League, they would be doing so well so far.
Interested to talk about Conor Gallagher. We've seen Kobbie Mainoo at Manchester United as well. Some of these midfielders that have been in the England squad in previous years, but haven't been playing a great deal of football, haven't been exposed to the intensity of the Premier League. Now they get a good run at it for the rest of the season. Can players like that force their way into Thomas Tuchel's thinking for the World Cup, or is it still a little bit too late, do you think?
I think you can never say never, can you? I think there's a lot of football to be played before the World Cup, and I think Thomas Tuchel, he's looking at absolutely everybody. He's giving people opportunities, and we know what Conor Gallagher has done in England, and also for Kobbie Mainoo, his first tournament was in the Euros, and he did so well then. But I think for me, I think there's so many chances to take. You don't know what's going to happen in terms of injuries-wise. Jude Bellingham got injured yesterday. That's a midfielder that potentially we don't know how long he's going to be out for. So I think for me, I think it's about players in form when it comes to that kind of April, May time in terms of when Thomas does pick that team. But there's no reason why the likes of Conor Gallagher and Kobbie Mainoo can get into the side, because they are different to a lot of the midfielders that we have.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. Just a reminder, as we're talking about Tottenham Hotspur, we understand Spurs are about to complete the first signing, would you believe, from a Premier League club on transfer deadline day. The Hearts teenage striker James Wilson on an initial loan deal for the 18-year-old, effectively a 6-month trial. He'll go into the under-21s, includes an option to buy at the end of the season. Now, one club that is being fairly quiet on transfer deadline day, but could see Axel Disasi join West Ham United on loan too, expecting that deal to get done before the window shuts at 7 o'clock in England. But they have been busy through the course of the window so far, especially in their forward areas. So are West Ham fans happy, and will it be enough to avoid relegation to the Championship? Holly Worthington is with us now as well. Holly, good to see you. Are you smiling for good right now?
It's a bit of a nervy end to the transfer window, to be honest. I think we went into January knowing that we needed to bring in a lot of players and do something special to give ourselves the best chance of staying in the Premier League. We had a really positive start, like you mentioned there. We brought in Tati and Pablo nice and early in the window. We thought, is this the beginning of a really exciting January? But we haven't managed to do a tremendous amount since. We've brought in La Madrid, that's gone into the under-21s. We've brought in Traore, who we think will be a good option off the bench. But the key issue that we needed to address this window was our defence, and obviously it's now deadline day and we're talking about the potential of bringing in Disasi as a centre-back, so we're really hoping that we can just get something over the line. But it's a bit frightening that this is potentially a situation that isn't going to be resolved by the time the deadline comes.
You did a lot of the business early on in the window. Look, for the first half of Stamford Bridge on Saturday, that looked to be paying off. How important was that to actually West Ham's recent upturn in form?
So important. I think we needed a bit more energy and we needed a bit more urgency, and Tati and Pablo have brought both of those. You can see they're putting pressure on the opposition, they're chasing the ball down, and they're kind of trying to win the ball back from the second the opposition have it. So in terms of our attack, it's looking the best that it has. I think they're great additions to our side as well. It's just that, as you saw at Stamford Bridge, we can score 2 goals, but we basically need to score about 4 a game at the moment because of the number of goals that we can so quickly concede. So the dream is, and what we wanted to see from the start of the window obviously, was that defence being addressed so we're not leaking as many goals. Because I think with Tati and Pablo there, maybe Traore coming off the bench with a bit more pace, him on one side, Somerville on the other, that sounds a very scary attack. It's just that defensive situation and the big question mark over how we can stop conceding so many goals.
And in a defender like Axel Disasi, if that move does get over the line, given the fact that he's not played much football at all in the Premier League over the last 6 months, does that concern you that he needs to hit the ground running and he may not be able to do that?
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Zassi if we can bring him in. He's got the attributes that we need. That's the one thing I would say. He's physical, good in the air. He has leadership qualities. And obviously he has got a point to prove, having not got that game time. And I'm sure he wants to prove what he can do. So I'd like to think that he's going to come out and prove everyone wrong. But it's a massive challenge to hit the ground running when there's pressure from the second you join a side. And obviously this is essentially going to determine whether or not we can stay in the Premier League, whether he can play a part in improving our defence. So, yeah, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned, but I'm always a hopeful fan. So my hope is that he could come in and bring us something better than what we currently have.
And all of the fans that we're having on the programme today, we are asking where it's all going to shake out come May. Where's your heart telling you right now?
I still have a bit of hope that we can stay in the Premier League. There's so much work to be done, but we are seeing glimpses of things clicking and us managing to play more exciting football in attack. It's just almost doing the basics that I think we need to fix at the moment. Just simple things like winning the ball in the air and not being in so much danger every time there's a ball into the box. And if we can do those small things, I do think we've got a decent chance of staying in the Premier League.
Holly, fingers crossed for you. Wishing you all the very best of luck. Thanks for joining us on the programme. Steph, if we take a look at the Premier League table, West Ham United 6 points from safety right now. Done some decent business in the transfer window. Does their future in the Premier League necessarily depend on them, or do they need some of the teams above them to have a bit of a wobble and slide?
I think a bit of both, if I'm being honest. I think the last few games for West Ham, there have been so many positives in terms of change in performance. I think they've found a system that works for them with the players that they have. Of course, the likes of Tati and Pablo, and playing in terms of that 4-4-2 system, they are able to create, but also from a defensive point of view are able to press all day long. And the likes of Bowen, I think his position is on that right-hand side rather than being a central striker. And Somerville, for the last year, hasn't scored in these last few games, has been on absolute top form. So I think for West Ham fans, I think that performance kind of change is massive at this time in the season. Of course, I think you'd be disappointed when you go 2-0 up at Chelsea and not able to hold on to that lead. But in that first half, Chelsea had to change something in the second half, and they certainly did with the quality that they did. But I think for me, the key games for West Ham is Burnley. This next Burnley game coming up next week, I think away from home, can you go and perform and produce the performances that you've done over the last few games? Obviously beating Sunderland at home, had a good performance against Chelsea, probably not expecting to get anything there, but when you come to Burnley, that's when you need to be taking the points and putting the pressure on everybody around you.
And when you're in that relegation dogfight, when it comes to the business end of the season, what have we got? 14 games to go. How much of it is skill and the ability and the quality of the players, and how much of it is what's up there?
I think, for me, I think West Ham, they have experienced players, which actually holds them in good stead. They've been in this situation a few times, and I think you've got players that really have like an affinity to the club. You look at Jarrod Bowen, he loves being there, he loves being at West Ham, he's the captain. So when you have somebody that has that connection to a club, it also helps that when he is your captain, you look to him in terms of he's going to be the driving force, and you can see that in the last performances. But it's everything, I think, in terms of the quality that West Ham have brought in this window, even though the fans would probably like a little bit more in terms of bodies in the door. But I think in terms of Tati and Pablo, they've brought quality, they've brought a little bit of goals, hopefully over the next few weeks. And I think they have the experience of when it gets to these last few weeks of the season and need to be getting points. I think they have that experience and that know-how.
Fascinating to see what happens. Right, plenty of the activity on transfer deadline day has revolved around Scottish clubs, and a couple of players maybe or maybe not moving to the Premier League. But what is happening in Scotland? A reminder, their deadline is 11 o'clock this evening. Keridine Idsan is in Glasgow and can bring us up to speed with all of the latest. Keridine, what are you keeping an eye on?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you a few things that have actually happened, and then we can maybe talk Arnie Engels and things that maybe surprisingly haven't happened. So far today, Hibs have brought in Felix Passlack from Bochum. That's on a 3.5-year deal. That's the fourth signing of the window for them. They're also confident of landing Croatian winger Ante Suto. Kilmarnock have been reunited with midfielder Aaron Shabola. That's a fourth spell for him actually at Rugby Park. They're trying to hope to hold on to Lewis Mayo from Portsmouth. That's a bid in from Portsmouth for him. They're trying to hold on to him. Dundee, they've got one of the two deals they've been working on over the line. Dutch central defender Lewis Montsman. That's on an initial 6-month deal, could be longer, from Lincoln City. They're hoping to bring in a striker too at Dens. Aberdeen have brought in midfielder Dennis Geiger. That's on an initial loan from Hoffenheim. And Falkirk have announced the loan signing of young Aston Villa attacking midfielder Ben Brogio. So those deals have gone through. We're expecting a couple of things to happen at Celtic, and what's interesting over and above that at Celtic is their reluctance, nay refusal, to sell Arnie Engels to Nottingham Forest. A third bid has come in the region of a deal which could reach £25 million, and our understanding is that still Celtic won't blink. Still they're saying no, because Martin O'Neill wants to hang on to the young Belgian midfielder at Celtic Park. Now, I know time is running out in the transfer window with you there. You shut at 7 o'clock, don't you? So Forest and Celtic are both running out of room in that sense if this deal is to be done. But that would be getting very close to a record transfer fee for Celtic. Matt O'Reilly went to Brighton for somewhere just north, I think, of £25 million. But Celtic, as things stand, because it's the last day of the transfer window, deadline day if you like, they don't want to lose Arnie Engels. It looks like they're holding out for a figure somewhere closer to £30 million for a player that only cost them £11 million when they signed him from Augsburg in the Bundesliga 18 months ago. So that's been a really interesting ongoing rumbling story here in Scotland, the deal that Celtic won't let happen.
So if we have got just over, 5 hours of the window to go in Scotland, what are you specifically going to be keeping an eye on?
Celtic and Rangers, I think, for the moment, because most of the other clubs seem to have got the business done that they wanted to do. Another couple of things might happen, maybe another one in at Hibs, another one in at Dundee. But Celtic are looking to get Junior Adama over the line. He's an Austrian striker who'd be coming from Freiburg on loan. They've also been quite close to getting hold of Joel Mvuka. He's a Norwegian forward from Lorient. That would be a permanent deal. We understand both of the medicals have been done. We understand both of them are around. We are now effectively just waiting for Celtic to announce their arrivals. Celtic have already got a couple of loans done earlier in the window. Chanchara, the striker, and Araujo, the fullback. So Martin O'Neill's been really keen and really vocal about his need to bring in reinforcements as they try and catch Hearts, who, you remember, have a 6-point lead at the top of the table. Could be 9 if they win at St Mirren tomorrow evening. Rangers as well, they've done a little bit of business this window already. They were hoping to get Ryan Narderi in from Germany, from Hansa Rostock in the third tier there. We understand that that's maybe hit a wee snag or two. That was a deal that could have happened in the summer, or there might have been a loan. They were trying to accelerate it into a permanent deal, but that one hasn't gone through yet, which is interesting. So we'll be keeping an eye on both of the Glasgow big two. And you were alluding to there a deal at Hearts outgoing to Spurs. Young Wilson there, we understand that deal might be close to getting done. And that would be, as you allude to, probably for the Spurs under 21. So that's an interesting dilemma for young Scottish players up here. Evan Mooney at St Mirren, also interesting. Arsenal in a similar kind of deal. Would a young player in Scotland rather go to under 21 level football in England, or stay here and fight for their place in the first team? Well, it looks like young Wilson fancies the bright lights of London and the Spurs under-21s, which indeed would be a step up, and the potential there to play with better players and maybe try and get a place in the Spurs first team one of these days. Those are the kind of things that we're keeping an eye on up here. We've got a good few hours left though. 11 p.m. transfer deadline here.
Great stuff, Keradine. Thank you very much. We have got, just an hour and a quarter to go now until the window shuts in England. Stay with us.
Who would like a coffee? To hear the word cancer for the first time, you just can't imagine that life will ever be the same again. Here you go. I think my sport has taught me lessons that I can apply.
A lot of similarity between sport and your management.
I'm recognising now that I've got a platform to help other people. It used to be about riding bikes in anti-clockwise circles. It's not life and death. The stakes have changed dramatically. Now it is life and death.
We are all massively influenced by our past. And the story is exceptional.
To make it all the way, the odds back then in rural Egypt, 0.
Liverpool have completed the signing of
The setbacks that he's faced could all have gone so differently.
It's been a sad World Cup for him.
And yet he managed to make it.
Coming from Egypt, it's a lot of pressure.
He'll forever be trying to prove people wrong.
He's shown over and over again that he doesn't give up.
It's been such a long road to get to this point. And then last year was a huge disappointment. Robbie had to step up as the manager.
A lot of people said I had to scratch the itch, but I never ever wanted to be a manager. It's been the best 4 years of my life.
Tony was the king of Finch Farm.
Turning up in them dressing rooms in the early days, that was lively.
I'm missing football. I want to be in that dressing room like that.
I actually do suffer from stitches. You should breathe through something. How'd you do that?
Listen on BBC Sounds.
What a game, what entertainment.
He says yes.
2 tries for the new boy. And skipping and jumping and fending and charging. Right, given.
The crowd love it.
And the stadium erupts again.
The Six Nations returns Saturday at 1, live on BBC One and iPlayer.
The Olympic Winter Games starts Friday across the BBC.
It is transfer deadline day. We have got, just under an hour and a quarter to go now until the window shuts in England. 11 p.m. the deadline in Scotland. Tomorrow in the Women's Super League. Don't forget, it has been a very quiet transfer deadline day so far. We are still waiting for our first deal to get over the line in the Premier League, would you believe? We can bring you one deal though. Ademola Lookman has signed for Atletico Madrid from Atalanta, a deal until June 2030. And there has been plenty of business going on in the Championship as well. Joe Linsky is here. Joe, bring us up to speed. What's been happening?
So often the Championship is what brings us the drama, isn't it, Ben? We are waiting to hear imminently from Sheffield United, and this could be one of the standout pieces of business in this transfer window, certainly for Championship clubs at least, because our colleagues at BBC Radio Manchester, they say we will hear very soon that the Blades have completed a loan deal for Calvin Phillips from Manchester City. He's a player who's had just 7 minutes of playing time in terms of senior football at the Etihad this season. Still only 30 years old, still with recent memories of that wonderful Euros he had back in 2021 where he was so crucial to England. Chris Wilder perhaps feeling he can help reignite Sheffield United's season. Something of a gamble perhaps after his lack of football though for Phillips. But Sheffield United are one of these clubs, and I think this kind of type of club has been the busiest on this deadline day in terms of the Championship, because there are 3 or 4 big clubs in that bottom half of the second tier who cannot really rule out the unthinkable of relegation to League One. Leicester City, I think, are another one of those. Only 9 points clear of the drop zone as it stands. They have completed a deal for Joe Aribo from Southampton. He was somewhat out of favour at Southampton, but Leicester giving him a chance in these closing stages of the season to perhaps bring some firepower to them. Another team in danger, Blackburn Rovers, in the relegation zone as it stands, and they have sacked Valerian Ismail, their manager, today. 3 points off safety, 1 win in 14 league games. Damien Duff, Tony Mowbray, Slaven Bilic, those are some of the names being linked with a move to Ewood Park. And just finally, again, of those clubs along that theme of struggling and thinking about the third tier perhaps, West Bromwich Albion, such a damaging defeat at Fratton Park on Saturday for them. Eric Ramsey still getting the ropes at the club after coming in fairly recently. They have done some business today. They have signed on loan a player from Aston Villa, Jamaldine Jimo Aloba. He's a player who scored in the Europa League for Villa on Thursday, actually. He was a former Baggies Academy player as well. So coming back to the Hawthorns, 19 years old with much to prove. They'll be hoping he can bring them some firepower. Also interesting, we're expecting Samuel Illing Jr. at West Brom to go back to Villa Park. He had been on loan from Aston Villa, but it's expected he's going to go back there, potentially then onto another club. And then at West Brom, that will open up a sort of financial slot for them to do more business, perhaps, in these last 90 minutes of the window. So that could be one of the clubs where we see some movement in these last few minutes.
That's the bottom of the table taken care of in the Championship. Has there been much happening at the top?
Well, we're still waiting for Coventry City to confirm a loan deal with a view to a permanent for Frank Onyeka. He's a Brentford defensive midfielder, and I'm sure Coventry will hope he will bring them some experience, some know-how in the middle, because they're on a bit of a bumpy ride in the last few weeks since the turn of the year, really. Their big lead, the 10-point lead they had in December at the top, whittled away now. Birmingham City, they've completed a permanent deal for Patrick Roberts, who was on loan at St Andrews from Sunderland. Wrexham, another team chasing a playoff place. That could be the story of the season, couldn't it, if they get into the playoffs and get Premier League football and make it another back-to-back promotion. They want to do 2 deals by that 7 o'clock deadline. First for Bailey Cadamartri, who's the young Sheffield Wednesday, very highly rated forward player, and for Davis Keller-Dunn as well. He's one of the top scorers in League One with 13 goals for Barnsley. But I think the most significant deal in the Championship today, and perhaps in this whole window, is one that probably won't get done, actually. A player staying at a Championship club, and that is Hayden Hackney at Middlesbrough, because that side in the automatic promotion places as it stands. Hackney's so important to this team at 23 years old, and as an academy graduate, they've turned down an approach from Nottingham Forest in the last 24 hours, and Hackney looking like he might stay at Borough. That could be the difference between promotion to the top flight for this club, or what would be a 10th straight season in the second tier for Middlesbrough.
Can you name for me the most expensive transfers in Premier League history?
Rooney.
I think number 1, Isak to Liverpool.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Oh, Thierry Henry.
Caicedo to Chelsea.
Romelu Lukaku.
Declan Rice.
I might have to completely wrong cut. Alvarez.
I think at the time probably wasn't that expensive, but I'm a Liverpool fan and I remember Andy Carroll.
Would you say like Bruno Fernandes or like Harry Maguire?
Enzo Fernandez to Chelsea. Darwin Núñez.
Wait.
He still plays in the Premier League now.
Sterling? No.
Erling Haaland.
He's won the treble.
Ooh. Obviously City. City's wingers.
Oh, what's the guy with long hair? Jack Grealish.
Oh my God.
It's always tricky when you put on the spot. Right, let's talk all things Liverpool now. Still waiting for that Jeremy Jacquet transfer, the £60 million move to be completed. Understand he's having his medical right now. We'll then move to Anfield in the summer. We can speak to Chloe Bloxham now. Liverpool fan joins us on a transfer deadline day. Chloe, it has been A quiet window, I would say. It's been a quiet deadline day, that's for certain. But if this deal does get over the line and Jeremy Jacquet joins you in the summer, how happy would that make you?
Incredibly happy. I think Liverpool have been looking to do this type of transfer for quite a while now. It was us interested in Lenny Yoro several years back before Manchester United managed to get that deal over the line. And with how bare we are at the back in terms of centre-halves, you know, I enjoy the fact that Liverpool are looking ahead and trying to future-proof. We obviously bought Leone in the summer, who was a young upcoming superstar as well. Sadly, did do his ACL. So it is positive from Liverpool. Liverpool are thinking ahead, and the fact that, you know, this lad was also wanted by the likes of Chelsea, Manchester United, Bayern Munich, and the fact that Liverpool have managed to accelerate the deal and get it over the line, hopefully. That fills me with confidence that, you know, the people in the behind the scenes are already future proofing and looking at what is about to happen in the summer.
Are you disappointed that you couldn't get anything over the line during the window itself and have some more reinforcements towards the end of the season?
Yeah, definitely, especially with, you know, the situation that we've got at right back with Conor Bradley obviously doing his ACL and Jeremy Frimpong, who I think he's actually been really good when he's came into the side, but he just keeps getting this reoccurring hamstring injury. The fact that Joe Gomez, who is then, you know, your cover for your right back and your centre halves, we can't keep him fit. He keeps having to, you know, be on the injury list. It has been a little bit frustrating that Liverpool haven't dipped into that market. And, you know, when Mark Guéhi went to City for 20 mil, I think all of us at the start were thinking, Liverpool, why haven't you pulled the trigger there? But then we saw the wages and you could kind of understand why Liverpool didn't go in for Mark Guéhi. We tried a little bit with Gertrude, but I think we left it too late to bring in, you know, someone to support our defensive lineup. And the fact that, you know, we left Sunderland not a lot of time to try and find a replacement for him.
Not too many people were quite a question in the business that Liverpool were doing in the summer. A few out the door, a few in the door. Lots was made about the £400 million that Liverpool spent. But how much of a rebuild does Arne Slot still need to do you think?
I guess it depends what way he's looking at this Liverpool side going. Obviously, we don't have any cover for Mo Salah. We've got the likes of, you know, we can put Federico Chiesa there. You can try and move Rio onto that side. You can put Wirtz at right wing, but we don't have a like-for-like replacement. And to be perfectly honest, what Mo Salah's done at Liverpool for the last 9 years, it's fair to say he is irreplaceable. But Liverpool do need to find a like-for-like replacement. Looking at the other side, Cody Gakpo, it's figuring out if we can improve on that, because obviously it was him and Luis Diaz who were sharing the responsibility last season. It now has very much fell on Cody Gakpo, and you've got this point where we've probably signed Ekitike to be a striker to lean off Alexander Isak and maybe to take the load off Alexander Isak, with, you know, Liverpool wanting to go strong on all fronts. But the problem is Hugo Ekitike's turned out to be an absolute superstar. So it depends what route Liverpool go with, because next season they've got a decision to make. When Alexander Isak's back fit, does he go straight into the lineup, or do they have to change a formation where both strikers fit in with Florian Wirtz behind them? I think we've got a good base. You know, two of the three midfielders for me in Gravenberch and obviously Dom Szoboszlai are incredible, and the future of Liverpool. Florian Wirtz, you can understand that. You can understand Frimpong when he's fit and Kerkez, but the centre-back situation needs to be looked at, because Ibu Konate, we don't know what is happening there, and if he does go, I think Liverpool need another centre-back in as well as Jacquet. So yeah, there is still, you know, stuff to be done. Liverpool couldn't do it all in one summer, and the question is for a lot of people, will Slot be here? You know, if we don't do well in the Champions League and get top four, will Slot still be in the summer for those plans to work out with the way he sees the future?
Interesting stuff. Chloe, really appreciate you joining us. Thank you very much. Steph, it seems slightly odd to be talking about Arne Slot's future. Mm-hmm. Well, 6 months after they stormed to the Premier League title. But we talked in the summer about the business that Liverpool did, the £400 million that they spent, and all intents and purposes was like, this is Liverpool's title to lose. Look at the firepower that they have at their disposal. But it hasn't quite worked out like that. Why do you think that is?
There's a lot of things, I think, in terms of obviously the pressure of being reigning champions and trying to go again. There's not many teams are able to do that consistently, apart from Manchester City in this last 10 years. Slot tried to change tactics. He tried to make it a bit more transitional in terms of going forward and leaving themselves a little bit open. The biggest worry for me is probably in that defensive kind of area, in terms of it probably hasn't worked out as much as Slot wanted it to. Of course, you're looking at the likes of Kirkes and Robertson fighting for the left-hand side. Robertson's got 6 months left on his deal. You've got Kirkes, who's young. He's going to take time to learn how he wants him to play in this Liverpool side with extra pressure. Of course, injuries have been kind of the thing that Liverpool have really struggled with, and for me it's kind of so surprising that they've not brought in some defensive cover in this window, because I feel as though we've spoke about for 4 months now that this is an area where Liverpool need to strengthen, and that could be the difference between them getting them Champions League paces and continuing to do well in the Champions League and not. So I think it has been a bit of an up and down season for Liverpool, inconsistency, but you look at the likes of Ekitike and Wirtz now, they're starting to click, they're starting to fire, they're starting to have them combinations, and Ekitike, I think he's absolutely brilliant, if I'm being honest. I think there was so much pressure on Isaac coming in and being that number 9, but rightly so, I think he's came in terms of Ekitike and wanted that pressure and really performed, and that's who Liverpool fans look to go and get them a goal.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens between now and the end of the season. Manchester City have been one of the busiest clubs during the January window. Antoine Semenyo and Marc Guéhi, two of the standout signings for certain. But with injury problems all across their back line, just how can they push on and challenge Arsenal for the Premier League title? We can speak to Stephen McInerney now, who is a Manchester City podcaster. So, general feeling is that Manchester City have won the transfer window in January. Do you share that sentiment?
I didn't know it was a competition, but I mean, yeah, we signed some really good players. I'm not going to complain too much. It's a little bit soured right now given the performances recently, but ultimately I think City have signed two excellent players in Semenyo and Marc Guéhi, proven Premier League quality, both immediate additions to their first 11, and ones that I'm sure will get better and better under Guardiola's guidance and hopefully going to achieve some very good things. So yeah, as a City fan, I'm very happy with those additions. Just sort of hopefully it kicks us on to a better February.
You brought in the reinforcement that you needed, especially at the back, but there are still concerns there. Have you done enough business?
It's the only business we really can do. I think it's. I think City do have. I do think they have the numbers. It's just so many players have been out injured. Of course, when you lose Vardiol and Diaz and John Stones is permanently injured, and Nathan Ake can barely put a run of games together. I think City essentially just brought forward the plans with Marc Guéhi to get a centre-back that they would have signed in the summer, so I understand that reasoning there. And then, of course, with Semenyo, Oscar Bob now has sort of shown that was in talks around November, December, apparently, so they already knew they were going to lose a winger there. Savinho out for an awful long time. Once again, just moving where the market took City, basically. I don't think they could have done much more simply because of squad numbers. You know, they couldn't really register any more players and so on. And I also think City have signed enough players now, and you look at the churn over the past few years, an awful lot of players have gone, like an absurd amount of talent. You've signed an awful lot too. You can't just keep adding and adding and adding. Some point you have to let them just blend, and I think that's the plan now. And I'm sure there'll be a few more faces after a few more faces leaving the summer. But this is all you could realistically do in January, I reckon.
Just want to talk about a couple of the outgoings at the Etihad Stadium over the course of the January transfer window. Oscar Bob to Fulham, around about £27 million. Happy with that move?
I'm not happy with it at all. No, I mean, I've been watching Oscar Bob for several years. I remember his debut for the under-18s, and I thought he was a player of enormous potential that sadly was sort of waywarded by an injury last season, which really shook him, and he never was really the same after that injury. He was obviously only still a young player, but he couldn't quite kick on, and I do feel mentally lost a little bit of focus after that injury. And Guardiola was a big fan of his, but there's a little bit of a dynamism. The dynamism of his game wasn't quite there after the leg break, and I think maybe he needs a change of scenery. And I think ultimately the dagger for Oscar Bob was Ryan Cherki. He's only a month younger than him, Ryan Cherki. And as good as Cherki has been, we forget that he's that young still. Oscar Bob, occupying the exact same role on the right, sort of a wide playmaker, hasn't contributed anything in terms of goals and assists. So then you look at what Cherki's done. About 20 goals and assists already this season. They are the standards. And Oscar Bob felt was going to fall further and further behind with City's plans for the future. And it's good money. We could be looking at a Cole Palmer situation, or it could be maybe like McAtee, who struggled to get minutes at Nottingham Forest. I like Oscar Bob. I think he's a talented player, but I also accept that when you're in this period of transition, some players are going to naturally move on. But it's a lot of money for a player, that City essentially got for nothing through the academy.
Sounds like as well Calvin Phillips is on his way to Sheffield United.
Yeah.
It's not worked out for him at Manchester City. One, why do you think that is? And two, what kind of a player, does anybody know what kind of a player Sheffield United might be getting?
I don't think so. I don't think anyone does really. But what I can gather from, I know a few people around the club and so on. You don't really know what you're getting from a player until the player rocks up at the training pitch and works. And what I've sort of heard and so on from people around the club is that they sort of just couldn't really do what he was being asked to do. Like, a really talented player who suited life, obviously at Leeds, and found a nice little kind of niche in the England team as well. But he couldn't really ever get to grips with the demands and the very intense demands that Pep Guardiola puts on his players, and it was little things like just dawdling on the ball and not being in the right place at the right time. And it felt like, unfortunately, that obviously they had lofty ambitions for him to come in and sort of back up and help support Rodri. But he could never really get up to pace with the speed that Manchester City want to do things at. At Leeds, I guess the demands were a lot slower. 2, 3, 4 touches and the ball was absolutely fine. Whereas City, it has to be first touch because everyone presses so aggressively when you are the best team in the league, which you were when Calvin Phillips signed. And it's just not really worked out. By all accounts, he's a lovely lad, but I don't think he quite had the maybe ability to step up to the demands of essentially challenging for the Champions League and the Premier League title every year. That's fine. It doesn't mean he's a bad person. It doesn't mean he's not a good player. It's just to be a great player. Look, you have to be an absurd talent and be able to take on new ideas and new messages. And I think Calvin Phillips, maybe it was just one step too much for him, unfortunately. It was a bit of a miss for City, and he couldn't quite adapt to the demands. And hopefully, he gets some football somewhere. But it seems to me that he's been rocked quite a bit by this move, and his standards, I don't know, I'm not sure if he's there mentally as much as he used to be. But fingers crossed, back home in Yorkshire, he can get some football over in Sheffield and it'll go well for him.
Great stuff, Stephen. Thanks for joining us on Transfer Deadline Day. We have got, 55 minutes now until the window shuts in England. And I guess that's not the description you want to put for a central midfielder, dawdling and a little bit slow on the ball. It hasn't worked out for him. 30 years of age now. What can he still achieve in his career?
I think for me, with Calvin Phillips, I think he came to a club where they're fighting on all fronts in terms of for every trophy that's there possible. And you're also competing against a Ballon d'Or winner in Rodri. And when you're at a club where there's so much pressure to win every single game, it's very rarely that, in terms of them centre-halves and that central midfielder, that Pep likes to rotate. That's historic. He likes his team. He doesn't really like to rotate too much. And I think with Calvin Phillips, he moved at a time where he was at the top of his game. He was playing really, really well for England. He was playing well for Leeds under Bielsa. He was that guy that would break up play. But ultimately, I think he is the type of player that needs games. He needs rhythm. He needs to feel loved. He needs to feel wanted and be an important part of a team. And it just hasn't clicked for City. And obviously, not being able to play, but also picking up a few injuries along the way, it makes it harder to then get into the plan. And football moves so quick in terms of there's so many games in between every single month, and there's so much pressure. But I think now he just needs to go and play football. I think he needs to go to a place where he's able to do the things that he's really good at, which is breaking up play, tackles, but also passing forward and using his range of passing and seeing what we like to see of Calvin Phillips of old.
He's only played 7 minutes of football for Manchester City so far this season. It's not like he's getting an easy life dropping down into the Championship, because he's going to go straight into a little bit of a dogfight for Sheffield United as well. The pressure's going to be on him right from the very, very start. How difficult do you think he may find that? You say he needs games. Well, actually, he's going to be expected to perform pretty much from the off.
I think he will find it hard, but I think there'll be a relief there that he's going to be able to go and play. There's no way that he's going to go to Sheffield United and sit on the bench for a long period of time. This is about going and getting game time in a crucial kind of part of the season for Sheffield United. And I feel as though he's going to a club that, if you can get the fans behind them, it can build his confidence. If he puts in a few tackles, the fans are going to be up, they're going to be with him. So I'm really happy for him. I think it has been a tough period, and I think it's not necessarily anything that he's done wrong. It's just how football works out. And when you're in a club like City, it's so hard to compete against the best players in the world, and especially when we're always continuing to evolve.
Great stuff, Steph. For now, thank you very much. 52 minutes to go until the transfer window shuts in England. Stay with us.
We are all massively influenced by our past. And the story is exceptional.
To make it all the way, the odds? Back then in rural Egypt, 0.
Liverpool have completed the signing of
The setbacks that he's faced could all have gone so differently,
It's been a sad World Cup for him.
and yet he managed to make it.
Coming from Egypt, it's a lot of pressure.
He'll forever be trying to prove people wrong.
He's shown over and over again that he doesn't give up.
It's been such a long road to get to this point, and then last year was a huge disappointment. Robbie had to step up as the manager.
A lot of people said I had to scratch the itch, but I never ever wanted to be a manager. It's been the best 4 years of my life.
Tony was the king of Finch Farm.
Turning up in them dressing rooms in the early days, that was lively.
I'm missing football. I want to be in that dressing room.
I actually do suffer from stitches. You should breathe through something. How'd you do that?
Listen on BBC Sounds.
You are live at the BBC Sports Centre. The countdown is well and truly on. Less than 1 hour to go now until the transfer window shuts in England. In Scotland, that deadline is 11 o'clock. We've got our army of reporters in the newsroom ready to bring you the very latest on those last-minute deals as they happened. But we do have one confirmed deal to bring you. Sunderland have agreed a deal worth up to £17.5 million for the Anderlecht and Ecuador winger Nilson Angulo. The 22-year-old leaves Belgium after 3.5 years with 15 goal contributions this season across 30 appearances. Elsewhere, Ademola Lookman, meanwhile, signed for Atletico Madrid from Atalanta. A deal for the Crystal Palace striker Jean-Philippe Mateta to AC Milan now is off due to issues with his medical. Wolves, though, have accepted an offer worth £48 million for Jørgen Strand Larsen to Crystal Palace. That move should be completed imminently. Sheffield United have launched a move for the Manchester City midfielder Calvin Phillips on loan. Tottenham look like they've hijacked Arsenal's loan deal for the teenage Hearts striker James Wilson. Fulham have rejected an approach from Everton for Harry Wilson, but they are closing in on the deal for the Chelsea winger Tyreek George. Nottingham Forest have tabled a third offer for Celtic midfielder Arne Engels. That's worth up to £25 million, but that offer still short of the club's valuation. Liverpool have agreed a £60 million deal for the defender Jeremy Jacquet. He's been offered a 5.5-year contract but isn't expected to move to Anfield until the summer. And the Chelsea defender Axel Disasi is expected to join West Ham United on loan too. But we can head into the newsroom, and this is where all of the action is happening. We've got our team putting the programme together. We've got our digital reporters working hard as well. Emma is keeping across all of the fan reaction too. But we can see our army of football reporters hard at work. Sammy Mockbell and Mark, the boss, is chatting away. But Nick, we will come to you. Nick Masheter, our Midlands football reporter, keeping across all of the deals as they are happening. And we sound like a little bit of a broken record, but we're just waiting right now.
We are getting to what we are 10 past 6 rather, I should say. So we've got 50 minutes left of the official deadline, but of course we know that if clubs have the opportunity and they are far enough progressed in the deal, they can submit the deal sheets to the Premier League and give them an extra couple of hours. So we're not necessarily expecting Wolves, for instance, with Adam Armstrong, that's been progressing for a while. Then we're not expecting to need that, but obviously we are still waiting for the official announcement, the official confirmation.
And Jean-Philippe Mateta's move to Crystal Palace, that's dead, but we're not expecting that to impact the move for the Wolves striker Jørgen Strand Larsen, up to £48 million. Where are we with that?
Yeah, again, that one's we're waiting for that one to go through. I believe everything's been almost completed. It's very much sort of ticking the last boxes and dotting the last I's. So it's important for Wolves to start moving on and to start revamping the squad ahead of what will be an expected relegation.
I was going to say, how much of their business that's been done through the course of the window, and indeed some of the moves that they're doing today, are with a view of the Championship in mind.
Well, that's it. They've got to, because they've got 8 points. They are cut adrift at the bottom. Then they're not going to stay up, unfortunately for them. They need to start planning for the summer. You can't all do it in all one window. You've got to start doing it now. But it's also, you've got to be really careful that you don't wave that white flag. That you've got half the season to go. You've still got to be competitive. You can't be selling off the silver. But they've also got to start looking for towards the Championship with half an eye on relegation.
Being fairly pragmatic about the whole thing as well. You've been keeping across ins and outs at Nottingham Forest as well. This long protracted, I say long protracted, it seems like it's been going on for a while now, but their move for Arne Engels at Celtic, where are we with that?
That doesn't look like it's going to happen at the minute. Look, things can change. You know, it's a very, very fluid system, but Forest's latest bid of 25 million looks like it's been rejected. So at the minute, we're not expecting that to progress, but obviously things can change very quickly still.
And we've got, 47 minutes of the window still to be done. Let's move down the line and chat to Shamin Hafez, keeping across all things Manchester City today. No incomings, already done plenty of their business at the start of the window, but a couple of outgoings.
Yeah, we're told Calvin Phillips has agreed to move to the Championship with Sheffield United, so just waiting for confirmation on that, and we're still waiting on Devane Mukassa's loan move to Leicester. Andy King said he's a player they're interested in at the weekend, so yeah, another waiting game.
From what you're being told, we're expecting any issues with any of those at the minute?
Not at the moment, but the longer it goes on, time's ticking now, less than an hour to go, so I'm sure there'll be deal sheets going in as well, so I wouldn't expect any issues.
Yeah, if we learned anything from the summer, is that when that 7 p.m. deadline does arrive, it doesn't actually necessarily mean the deal's done. It just means we've got to wait a little while for official confirmation to come through with many of these deals. Official confirmation is what we are waiting for with Jeremy Jacquet, Liverpool's star signing of January, even though he's not going to be arriving until the summer. Adam Patel, our Liverpool reporter, what more can you tell us on that?
We don't have official confirmation yet, but like I said earlier, it doesn't have to be in before 7. This is very much a deal for the summer, and Liverpool are very confident that it'll get done.
Tell us a little bit more about the player and why Liverpool have moved for him in particular.
Been looking into it. He's only played 36 games in Ligue 1, but a lot of big teams were in for him. Bayern Munich were interested, Arsenal showed an interest in the summer, Liverpool obviously fought off competition from Chelsea. A lot of teams say, look, he's got the physical profile, he's good on the ball, and when you look at some of the clips that we've seen, especially over the last few weeks, he's a player that Liverpool seem to think that fits a bill to be a top quality Premier League centre-half for years to come, and a big part of their backline for years to come.
And particularly his age profile seems to fit this modern mould of Liverpool signing younger players.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously they were in for Mark Gahey, who's 25, they missed out on that, and they seem to think this is the next best option to go for a 20-year-old, get him on a 5-year deal, and for them, with Giovanni Leone, who came in the summer, there's 2 signings there. Leone cost 26 million, this is a 60 million deal. 2 massive signings at centre-half. Van Dijk's contract expires next summer, Konate's contract expires this summer. It's very much a case of these two could be the future.
Well, we shall watch this space. Adam, we'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much. If we make our way round, Simon Stone is keeping across all things Manchester United for BBC Sport over the course of the transfer window. It's been a very quiet transfer window for Manchester United, a very quiet transfer deadline day at Old Trafford as well, particularly looking, though, at some players leaving and some players not going anywhere.
Yeah, so there's a few younger players. Ethan Wheatley, England under-20 international, he's joined Bradford. James Scanlon, who's another under-21s player, he's going to Swindon. Jacob Devaney, the captain of the under-21 side, he's going to sign for St Mirren. So there's a lot of movement under first team level, but at first team level, that I suppose the biggest deal in that sense today has been the fact that Tyrell Malacia is not going anywhere, and Malacia thought he might get a move to Turkey or another country, maybe Holland. Turkey was mentioned because he hardly played any football. He's made 1 substitute appearance this season, and the brutal reality is that Manchester United probably would have sanctioned that until Patrick Dorgu suffered a hamstring injury against Arsenal that might rule him out until April. Manchester United are not taking the risk of reducing their options. Malacia is not a starter. Luke Shaw's the starter. He's probably not even first choice backup, but they don't want to let him go because they don't want to leave themselves short as they're trying to secure a place in the Champions League.
Simon, we'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much. And last but by no means least, Sammy Mokbel is keeping across a ton of transfer deals today. Let's just quickly touch upon arguably the story of the day, and that's Jean-Philippe Mateta's proposed transfer from Crystal Palace to AC Milan. Bring us up to speed with the last 24 hours.
So, yesterday, or over the weekend, Crystal Palace had agreed a deal with AC Milan for him to go to Italy, to San Siro. Great move for the player, dream move for the player. He had an initial medical yesterday, which we understand raised a few issues. He's had a second medical today, an additional medical today, which has flagged up the same issues. Now, Oliver Glasner's been on record saying he's been struggling with a knee injury over the past few weeks, so we can assume that it would be connected to that ailment. And as a result, AC Milan have pulled out of the deal, which is massively disappointing for the player. I guess to a point, disappointing for Crystal Palace as well, because they could have done with the cash injection. My very recent checks have told me that because Nottingham Forest have had an interest in him during the window, and I just wondered if they would go in with a cut price deal. I'm told that even that won't be happening now. So it looks like he will be remaining at Selhurst Park.
We've got, 41 minutes of the window to be done. Deal sheets permitting and whatever, we might still be looking across some transfers until 9 o'clock this evening in England. Is there anything that we need to be keeping an eye on right now? It has been a very quiet day.
Yeah, Dwight McNeil, possibly from Everton to Crystal Palace. We broke the news earlier that there was big interest from Crystal Palace in Dwight McNeil. Our understanding now is that a bid has gone in, and we're just waiting for confirmation as to whether that bid has been rejected or accepted. And also keep an eye on Hearts teenage striker James Wilson, who looked like he was en route to Arsenal earlier today, but Tottenham have stole a march on the North London rivals, and it looks like he's going to be heading there.
Great stuff. Sammy, we'll let you get back to it. Thank you very much. Reminder, the live text page on the BBC Sport website will be continuing to run long past the deadline in England that is coming up at 7 o'clock this evening. That is also the place where you can get in touch and have your say on any of the moves that have or haven't happened today. And Emma Middleton is keeping across them all.
Hi, thanks Ben, thank you. Yes, it has been a rather quiet winter window, but again, that hasn't stopped you having your say on our BBC Sport website and on YouTube, where you're all watching the live stream. So let's quickly revisit the Crystal Palace and Mateta situation, because there's been a lot of twists and turns over the past few hours, and we're just catching up with all of that on what has happened. We now know that Mateta's move is off, as we've just been chatting about on the stream. There were issues with his medical, and he'll be at Selhurst Park for the rest of the season. Arthur in York says he feels for Mateta. It's been a rough month for him, but I can't say that a lot of you share that sympathetic sentiment, shall we say. Peter Hall in Bromley. Mateta clearly had his head turned by AC Milan in the autumn and refused the offer of an improved contract. We don't want players who don't want to play for us. Strong words there from Peter. Jonathan in Dorset. Mateta must be feeling rather sheepish now, having agitated a move only to seemingly fail his medical. So many players are convinced to force transfers to bigger clubs by advisors, but all this saga has done is alienate Mateta from Palace fans and likely his teammates as well. So what do you think? Has Mateta burnt those bridges? As we say, we do know he'll be at Selhurst Park for the rest of the season, so it'll be interesting to see that dynamic when they next play. Or do you think this is just an unfortunate sequence of events? Or even, as Jonathan in Kent says, why has this transfer window become so last minute for Palace? Why can Palace not just get their transfer business wrapped up sooner in the window? This appears disorganised and chaotic, and it's not how a Premier League team should operate. We're almost in the final half hour now, so keep those comments coming. You know where to find us. We're on the BBC Sport website. Transfer Deadline Day live page. Hit that big red button and send us your feedback and comments.
Great stuff. Emma, thank you very much. Well, one club who we're keeping a little bit of an eye on are Chelsea. Not expecting too much money to be exchanged today, but that doesn't mean there are no deals to be done. Nizar Kinsella is in our London newsroom, keeping across all of the comings and goings at Stamford Bridge, because there is still a little bit to be done.
Yeah, you've come to me at the right time, actually, because Mamadou Sarr has actually returned to Chelsea. I was going to say signed, but he was already a Chelsea player. He'd signed for Chelsea last year from Strasbourg, a club that is owned by the same people that own Chelsea. He went on loan to Strasbourg this season, but after failing to get Jeremy Jacquet, who you've just spoken about, has joined Liverpool, they've gone and recalled him, so he strengthens the defence. So we can confirm right now, as of 7 minutes ago actually, that Mamadou Sarr is a Chelsea player again, and he's reuniting with his former manager Liam Rosenior, who also came from Strasbourg this month.
And with them getting Sarr back, are they helping Strasbourg out by giving them some players at the same time?
There's a lot of movement around this multi-club model. So yeah, Aaron Anselmino, who was recalled from his loan a week ago from Dortmund, by the way, he's expected to go and join Strasbourg. So he kind of fills the centre-back gap that Mamadou Sarr is leaving behind. So he's a good player. They'll get a good player in there. And oh, by the way, Chelsea doing buy one, get one free, and they're going to give them David Datro Fofana, the striker.
Seems like a good deal if you're a Strasbourg fan, that's for certain. A couple of other players just want to touch upon, a couple of the exiled players, I guess. Axel Disasi, Chelsea to West Ham on loan. Where are we at with that?
Yeah, we're still waiting on the confirmation for that. So we know that there's been a medical ongoing throughout the day or since the morning at least. And yeah, we've just not had the sort of absolute confirmation. So I'm still a little bit nervous about saying that one will definitely happen, but we certainly expect it to. You know, he's in London, he's doing the medical. Surely he'll become a West Ham player and strengthen their defence.
And Raheem Sterling, we know that Chelsea released him from his quite lucrative contract last week. There's no pressure for him to join a club before the deadline today, but is there any inkling on what he might do next?
Yeah, so when you're a free agent, you don't have to worry about the deadline. It's not your problem. So, yeah, Raheem Sterling can take his time, pick a club. But I think at the same time, he doesn't want to wait around too long. Maybe it's better to move in February, perhaps, because everyone now is focused on getting these deals over the line. You were talking about Crystal Palace there, but they've got to rush these things through, right? But, yeah, from Raheem Sterling's perspective, what I understand is he is open to any kind of move. Like, you know, 6 months ago we were talking about he kind of wanted to stay in London because that's where his family live. You know, he moved to Chelsea to be in London with his family. But now I think he sort of realises that he needs to broaden his horizons and, you know, anywhere in Europe where he can get a really good platform to show his quality, that's what he's after. So he's after stability, you know, a decent club. There's said to be Champions League clubs in for him. He wants some stability and sort of a good project to go to.
Interesting stuff, Nizar. We'll let you get back to it. Don't forget the deadline, 7 o'clock in England, 11 o'clock in Scotland. We'll keep you across any deals as and when they happen between now and 7 o'clock. We'll be on air from till around 7:10. Steph, you've got about 5 minutes before we need to let you go and join 5 Live and the Monday Night Club that's on air from 7 o'clock this evening. When we're talking about Raheem Sterling and I guess the way he's been treated by the club, the way that his time at the club has come to an end. If you were in his shoes right now, what would you do next?
Try and play football. I think in terms of what he could bring to a team, in terms of experience, his quality, his knack of goals. I think because he's not played football for so long, I think people have forgot what he could bring to a team. So I think for me, no Raheem in terms of what he can bring. I think it's about trying to get football and regular football, of course. His Chelsea career and obviously that loan move to Arsenal didn't really work out the way he probably wanted to. So, and obviously not training with the first team these last 4 or 5 months, it probably will take its toll. But ultimately, it's about getting on the pitch again and just trying to get back into that routine of being a first team footballer.
We were talking about Calvin Phillips and the fact that he's not played much football. 4 or 5 years ago, Calvin Phillips was a mainstay of this England team at the Euros. Raheem Sterling was one of the players of the tournament at that Euros as well. What level do we think Raheem Sterling can still play at?
I think similar to Calvin Phillips in terms, I think first and foremost it's that run of games, it's getting back into the rhythm and really playing to Raheem's strengths. I think most importantly it's about him getting the ball and driving up plays, but also in terms of the space in behind as well. So I think someone who can have that confidence and belief, because there's such a good player in there that's got a lot of experience, and I'm sure after this episode of a few months out he'll be dying to play again.
And if we take a quick reflection on the transfer window as a whole, what are the deals that have particularly caught your eye, and which teams do you think could be most happy with their business?
I think probably what we said at the start of the programme is the Manchester City. I think in terms of players that have got Premier League experience are ready to go, or in terms of ready to play now and getting used to these games. I think the likes of Marquez and Semenyo, I think they were great moves for them personally, but also for a club in terms of areas that Manchester City needed to strengthen.
And with the players that are coming in, you've been in the situation when new players come in quite late in the day, come in midway through a season. How challenging can it be for them to integrate straight into the squad? We've seen Antoine Semenyo hit the ground running. Marc Guéhi, he's obviously been playing plenty of football. But how challenging can that be? And what type of player adapts best, do you think?
I think they need to be open first and foremost and realise that it's going to be different. I think coming into a different dressing room, a different way of playing, different people. And of course, it's not like pre-season where you have a few weeks together, you're away off season, in the sun, maybe having a little bit of fun, training hard as well. It's hard to do that in this January window, but I think ultimately, I think they come for a reason. It's to play football and to compete and to try and get their spots. And of course, the teams that I've played in, we've had so many great players and people that allows them to settle in quite quickly, but I always find it quite hard for the foreign players, because you're not just moving clubs, you're moving countries, and it's about getting them settled off the pitch as quick as possible.
How do you do that?
I think the club obviously massively helps, but also the girls in my case, in the sense of obviously inviting them for coffee, making them feel welcome, and really just showing them the ropes. And as a captain, it was always about, if you need anything, I'm always here. So I think having that person that you can maybe go to for any advice, or to even ask where to go shopping or wherever that might be, it helps the players settle. But most importantly, it's when they're in and around the club and they're getting used to how we play.
Interesting stuff. Steph, we will let you get to it. You can see more and hear more from Steph on the Monday Night Club, on 5 Live and on BBC Sounds. We have got half an hour until the window closes in England. Stick with us.
Who would like a coffee? To hear the word cancer for the first time, you just can't imagine that life will ever be the same again. Here you go. I think my sport has taught me lessons that I can apply.
A lot of similarity between sport and your management.
I'm recognising now that I've got a platform to help other people. It used to be about riding bikes in anti-clockwise circles. It's not life and death. The stakes have changed dramatically. Now it is life and death.
We are all massively influenced by our past. And the story is exceptional.
To make it all the way, the odds back then in rural Egypt, 0.
Liverpool have completed the signing of Liverpool.
The setbacks that he's faced could all have gone so differently.
It's been a sad World Cup for him.
And yet he managed to make it.
Coming from Egypt, it's a lot of pressure.
He'll forever be trying to prove people wrong.
He's shown over and over again that he doesn't give up.
It's been such a long road to get to this point. And then last year was a huge disappointment. Robbie had to step up as the manager.
A lot of people said I had to scratch the itch, but I never ever wanted to be a manager. It's been the best 4 years of my life.
Tony was the king of Finch Farm.
Turning up in them dressing rooms in the early days, that was lively.
I'm missing football. I want to be in that dressing room like that.
I actually do suffer from stitches. You should breathe through something. How'd you do that?
Listen on BBC Sounds.
What a game, what entertainment.
He says yes.
2 tries for the new boy. And skipping and jumping and fending and charging. Right, given.
The crowd love it.
And the stadium erupts again.
The Six Nations returns Saturday at 1, live on BBC One and iPlayer.
The Olympic Winter Games starts Friday across the BBC.
Good afternoon, you are live at the BBC Sports Centre. We have got, 27 minutes now until the transfer window closes in England. A reminder, the window shuts at 11 in Scotland, and in the WSL it is tomorrow. Our reporters are still busy, hard at work. Any of those last minute deals, as and when they happen, we will bring it to you. But Sunderland have agreed a deal worth up to £17.5 million for the Anderlecht and Ecuador winger Nilson Angulo. 22-year-old leaves Belgium after 3.5 years with 15 goal contributions this season across 30 appearances. Elsewhere, Ademola Lookman has joined Atletico Madrid from Atalanta. Crystal Palace striker Jean-Philippe Mateta, his move from Crystal Palace to AC Milan is off, but Wolves have accepted a deal worth up to £48 million for Jorgen Strand Larsen from Crystal Palace. Sheffield United, they've launched a move for the Manchester City midfielder Calvin Phillips. Tottenham Hotspur look to be closing in on a loan deal for the teenage Hearts striker James Wilson. Fulham have rejected an approach from Everton for Harry Wilson, but the Toffees closing in a deal for the Chelsea winger Tyreek George. Nottingham Forest have tabled a third offer for the Celtic midfielder Arne Engels. £25 million. Sources, though, indicate that offer is short of their valuation. Liverpool have agreed a deal, £60 million for defender Jeremy Jacquet. He's been offered a 5.5-year contract. Not expected to move to Anfield, though, until the summer. And Chelsea, we're just waiting on that move. Their defender Axel Disasi expected to join West Ham United on loan as well. That is the deals in the Premier League taken care of, at least. Joe Linsky's been keeping across all things Championship. Where are we at?
Yeah, we're going to be at the run-in soon in the Championship, aren't we? And so those clubs at the top end of the table are looking to bolster their resources, really, heading into this busy crunch point of the season. Coventry City leading the way. They have had their 10-point lead whittled down over the last 6 weeks or so, but they have now completed that loan deal for Brentford's Frank Onyeka, a man they affectionately call the Tank in West London. He is going to bring some experience, some know-how to that midfield, I think, at Coventry after they've had a bumpy run of results. A lot of moves happening now at this point in the window. Stoke City have just done a couple, actually, in the space of a few minutes. They've signed the Chelsea teenager Atto Amper. He's a winger for a deal that could rise to £3 million. That's fairly substantial business in the Championship at this stage of the window. Stoke have also signed on loan Jesserin Raksaki from Crystal Palace. Now, he was a winger who helped Sheffield United to the playoff final last season. Just seeing now as well, Wrexham have announced that deal, permanent deal, for Davis Caylor-Dunn, who is a striker, one of the top scorers in League One at Barnsley. He has joined Wrexham in the last few minutes. I was speaking about Sheffield United there a moment ago. We're still waiting for confirmation. A big deal for them that they will have signed on loan Calvin Phillips from Manchester City at 30 years old. Chris Wilder willing to take a punt on the former England international, and Sheffield United are among those sort of category of clubs that have been really busy on this day. I think they're a big side in the bottom half of the Championship, because I'm looking at Leicester City in a similar position, 9 points above the drop zone. They've completed a loan deal for Joe Aribo from Southampton. West Bromwich Albion just 3 points above the drop zone. They've made a loan move today for Aston Villa's Jamal Jimo Aloba. They've also just confirmed in the very last few minutes that Samuel Illing Jr. has gone back to Villa, a player who was on loan at West Brom, and that may free them up, even in these last 20 minutes or so, to do another loan deal, perhaps for another Premier League player. But the big news of the day at the bottom of the Championship, Ben, in the relegation zone, has been at Blackburn Rovers, because they've sacked their manager Valérien Ismaël after a pretty desperate run, really, of one win in their last 14 league games. They've installed Damien Johnson, their former player, as the caretaker. Damien Duff, another former player, he's among the names being linked. He won the Irish title with Shelbourne a couple of seasons ago. They're playing Sheffield Wednesday tomorrow, our Blackburn Rovers, and for the former Premier League champions, that club, it will be a big few months ahead for them and planned for several other clubs really at the bottom half of the Championship, and not long to go in this window now to bolster for that run-in.
Interesting stuff, Joe. Thank you very much for keeping across all of that. Well, as clubs try to stay in the Championship and try and get promoted out of the Championship, one club in particular may just well be preparing for life in the Championship next season. Wolverhampton Wanderers look like they're going to be relegated from the Premier League this season. Jorgen Strand Larsen, their star striker, looks like he's about to complete a £48 million deal to move to Crystal Palace. They are looking to bring in Adam Armstrong from Southampton and Angel Gomez on loan from Marseille. But just where does that leave the fans right now? I caught up with one a little bit earlier.
We've got to be realistic we're not going to escape relegation this season. We currently sit on 8 points. When Rob Edwards took over, we only had 2 points. So this really is a build for the Championship. Some of the players we've been linked with, which I'm sure we're going to talk about now, are definitely Championship ready. And I think it's so important that we look beyond this season, look at next season and look in making an immediate bounce back.
And in terms of the business that you are looking to do today, are you happy with how it looks like it's all going to pan out?
Absolutely. I mean, we've been strongly linked, and I think he's having a medical today with Adam Armstrong. Now, Adam's the player who knows the Championship very well, and these are the players that we've now got to look at. It's not as exciting as the days when we was obviously signing Diogo Jota and Raul Jimenez and Strand Larsen himself, but we've got to be realistic in where we are. Now, Adam Armstrong has got a goal-scoring record of about 1 in 3, and for a Championship player, that's exactly what we need. If we get 15 to 20 goals out of Adam Armstrong next season, that is really good business.
And looking at the Jorgen Strand Larsen deal, £48 million to Crystal Palace, looks like that's going to get over the line, if not before the deadline, at least before the end of the day. How important is that money going forward and the potential rebuild that you may need to do next season if that relegation does happen?
Listen, it's very important. I mean, Strand Larsen, this season, we've got to be realistic as well. Since Newcastle originally showed the interest, he had his head turned and he hasn't been the same player. And, you know, we can categorically say that as Wolves fans. And we say that because he's only scored 1 league goal this season. So for Crystal Palace to show the interest and stump the money up, which represents a £19 million profit for that player, that's good business. And we can't turn it down. I believe the Newcastle bid was around 55 million. We did turn that down, but we can't turn this down. We are going to get relegated. We've got to be realistic. We've got to take that money and we've got to invest it well.
And what are your hopes and expectations for the rest of the season now as a result?
Listen, I think November, December time, I think we knew our fate was sealed on the amount of points we were on. Then you get to Christmas and then you're told that no team has ever come back from this. And we've got to be realistic. We're sitting on 8 points now. I think all we need to do now is beat Derby's record and we'll be happy with that. Rob Edwards, though, none of this lies on him. He's done an absolutely brilliant job since he's come in. You know, we can say that hand on heart as Wolves fans. He's done a brilliant job. He has turned the fortunes around, but it was just too late for him.
Right, we've got 20 minutes to go until the transfer window shuts in England. But if you've ever wondered just how these deals get done, we have got just the man to try and explain it all. Our tactics correspondent, Dale Johnson, is here. Right, just talk us through the process of it all. And one thing that we expected to hear a little bit more today than we did, given how quiet it is, but the deal sheet. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so a deal sheet comes active in the last 2 hours of the transfer window, so from 5 p.m. onwards today. And that allows a club, when they've made an agreement to sign a player, but they're not going to get it done by 7 o'clock, they can fill in this sheet. It has the player, the clubs, the full breakdown of the fee. They submit that to the Premier League by 7 o'clock, and then that gives them an extra 2 hours to get the deal over the line, the medical, any agreements that need to be made, the contract signed, and that sort of gives them just that little bit of extra time. Now, if you look at the summer window, there was 18 deals that were done on the evening after 7 o'clock. And there was another 12 announced on the day after, including Donnarumma.
Wishful thinking on a
exactly,
day like
yeah,
today.
Well, one of the ones that was, a couple of the ones that were later in the summer window was, for instance, Isak and Jon Visser, who we're not going to get any deals of that size, I don't think, this time. But of course, Strand Larsen won't be far off. But yeah, it just creates that chance to get some deals over the line where we haven't really had the time. But obviously, this seems to happen all the time when they've had all day or all the window to do these deals. But there seems to be so many that get done after the time.
What can go wrong with these deals?
Well, there's many different things. The medical is obviously one of the main ones, as we've seen with Mateta and his possible move to Milan. There may just be a breakdown in personal terms, and as Blackburn found in 2 consecutive transfer windows, they missed the deadline to get it through the EFL system to actually register the transfer, and they had 2 deals rejected because they were like 1 minute late, and it's amazing that they managed to do that 2 years in a row.
And the processes that all of the clubs have to go through, how complex are they? Yeah,
so the Premier League have got a football operations unit, and they are taking every deal that comes in. They're making sure that it matches their regulations and the Football Association regulations. And it gets even more complicated when you have international transfers, because that has to go through something called the FIFA transfer matching system. So that means that the English FA have got to enter details from their side, the selling club has got to do the details from their side, and they've both got to match for FIFA to approve the deal. And that's between English and Welsh clubs, or English clubs from abroad. It's all classed as an international transfer.
It sounds pretty complicated, but presumably all of the clubs have got this down to, well, maybe some more so than others, down to a little bit of a fine art. And there's various different regulations when it comes to European players and foreign players and domestic players, and different leagues have different regulations with loans and bits and pieces like that. We've seen in the Championship today, West Brom handing back a player to free up a bit of space to bring another player in and create all of these different scenarios. Talk us through some of those complexities.
Yeah, so in terms of the EFL, one of the key rules that West Brom would have been looking for is that you can have a maximum of 5 loan players in your matchday squad. Now, you can actually have more loan players than that, but it's a sort of a waste of money to do so. So many clubs try to keep it just within those 5. In the Premier League, it's just a maximum of 2 and 1 from any one club. And you can only loan out 1 goalkeeper. And it gets even more complicated if you get into the FIFA aspect, whereby they say that if you're doing international deals, you can only loan out a maximum of 6 players, but under 21 players don't count towards that. and then there's another rule about you can only loan a maximum of 3 to 1 club, which we see with Chelsea and Strasbourg. And Chelsea have sent 3 players on loan to Strasbourg each window. And what we're seeing Chelsea do now is actually swap players out like West Brom did, because they've brought Sarr back to loan another player to Strasbourg and keep that 3 limit on the loan, so those players get some experience of first-team football in French football.
If you do have any questions about all of this, use the Get in Touch button on the BBC Sport website, because Dale has been brilliant at answering all of your questions. Our issues correspondent, Dale Johnson, thank you very much for now. We were talking about Chelsea there. One of the biggest deals of the window wasn't in fact a player, but indeed their manager, out with Enzo Maresca and in with Liam Rosenior. But just what can we expect from the new Chelsea boss?
Liam Rosenior's sides off the ball defend in a back 5, especially closer to their own goal. This is because Liam Rosenior doesn't want opposition players to have an overload on the back line. So as teams like to attack with 5, you match them up by playing 5 in the back line. This can be with 2 wing-backs and 3 central defenders, or it can be done with a winger dropping in and forming a makeshift back 5. These 2 players protect the back line, and the attackers tend to block the central areas, allowing a lot of the play to be funneled into these wide spaces. Higher up the pitch, Rosenior's side like to press very aggressively, trying to win the ball. They do this again in that same 5-2-3 shape, which is sometimes zonal in their defence, but jumps to mark specific players when the opportunity arises. When teams play with a very wide defence, sometimes Rosenior's side might move into a 4 at the back and play a 4-4-2, which allows them to jump up and press into these wide areas. Moving on to what Rosenior's sides do on the ball, and from goalkeeping situations, they tend to use the goalkeeper as almost a 4th defender. They then keep this generic shape, which looks like a 3-2-2-3 on the ball, a 4-2-2-3 with the goalkeeper involved. And through these many players in the initial phase, like to build up short, enticing pressure before then playing quickly into players in these wider positions who then can attack the big space that does open up. When the ball has been progressed up the pitch, Rosenior likes to use this 3-2-2-3 shape on the ball, which is very similar to what Maresca used when he managed Chelsea. This is one of the reasons why Blueco would have hired Rosenior in the first place. One difference would be this position. So Maresca liked to use his fullback inside, whereas Rosenior likes both of these players to be central midfielders. This player here is often one of the fullbacks moving inside under both Rosenior and Maresca in Cucurella, for example, or Malo Gusto on this side. These wide players can be wingers or they can be wing-backs when Rosenior likes to play with a back five. So it's very interesting that although this shape is consistent, the base shape that they build upon out of possession can be different. But essentially, he tries to get players in all of these positions that suit their role. In terms of their intention, they like to build up quite slowly, so often playing short passes and playing sideways passes around the back, waiting for the opportunity to arise. And when the space does arise, they fizz passes in quickly, using combinations, 1-2s and third men run in these positions to then exploit the space. And often they find wide players who arrive in these positions. This can be the wingers or the wing-backs before cutting the ball back and attacking quickly once the space arises.
So Umir Irfan, our tactics correspondent, bringing us up to speed. We've got Sammy Motbell joining us in the studio. Sammy, you are in here and your phone is not in your hand, which may sum up just how quiet today has been. Look, the Jean-Philippe Mateta, the will he, won't he leave Crystal Palace? Will he go to AC Milan? The last 24 hours have kind of, I guess, typified the saga as a whole. How have we got to this stage where he looks like he's staying at Selhurst Park?
Yeah, it's been I'd say difficult 24, 48 hours for Jean-Philippe Mateta. He's made clear very early in the window that he wanted to leave Crystal Palace to ideally join a Champions League club. I don't think clubs come much bigger than AC Milan, and I think once they came in for him towards the end of last week, his heart was set on going there.
And you can't blame him for that, can you?
Absolutely, and I think Crystal Palace accepted that as well. It's like, this is a move too good for him to turn down for his career. He's 28, turns 29 this year. This may never come around again. So they got to a point on Sunday where they'd agreed a deal of around £30 million, and he was permitted to go and do a medical. Unfortunately for him, I think the first medical flagged up a few issues. So AC Milan decided to do a second medical today to make further checks. And as I understand it, the same issues arose. Now, obviously, without having seen the paperwork, it's hard to absolutely verify what the issues were. But I think in recent weeks, Oliver Glasner has publicly said in his press conferences that he's been suffering with a knee issue. So I think we can connect the dots here. But regardless, I think it's a massively unfortunate scenario for him, for the player, particularly with a World Cup round the corner. Playing for AC Milan would certainly have helped his chances of breaking into the France World Cup squad and staying in the squad. But now his future looks really, really unclear because he's going to be back at Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace are going to sign a new number 9. He's got this issue that has stopped him from signing for AC Milan. So what the future holds for Jean-Philippe Mateta, only time will tell.
It's been an odd kind of 6-9 months for Crystal Palace because everything looked so rosy for them at the start of the season. Looking forward to playing in the Europa League. Obviously, various things have happened over the course of the season. We know Oliver Glasner's going to be leaving at the end of the season if he doesn't leave before then as well. We've had this saga around Jean-Philippe Mateta. Glasner's come out publicly, talked about his disagreements with the transfer policy and the signings that they've made. Obviously, they've lost Mark Gahey in this transfer window, but it looks like they're going to break their transfer record twice. Still work to be done before the deadline and indeed over the course of the next couple of hours. But where are Crystal Palace at right now?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The contrast between those heady days that summer, that unforgettable day at Wembley last May, and I forget the Community Shield against Liverpool as well, was one of the most iconic moments in the club's history, really. So to see the spiral towards relegation in recent weeks, and they've not won a game now. I think is it 12 or 13 games. It's a really dangerous set of results that's pushed them sort of towards the lower reaches of the Premier League. And when you contrast that to those days, it's like chalk and cheese. As you say, Mark Gahey's gone, the captain's gone. Eberechi Eze left in the summer to go to Arsenal, and now Jean-Philippe Mateta has tried to leave, but unfortunately for him, it hasn't come off. So, Yeah, big question marks over sort of the squad, and as you mentioned there, the manager. We know he's leaving at the end of the season. I think the real question is whether he can see out the season, given the form that they're in.
It's been a quiet January transfer window. It's been a very quiet transfer deadline day. Has this been one of the quietest deadline days you've ever experienced?
Yeah, to a point, just in terms of confirmed deals, but I think there will probably be a glut of confirmed deals later on tonight, and the classic deal sheet will come into play. But generally, it's been busy. Obviously, I think the Strand Larsen and Jean-Philippe Mateta deals have kept me busy. Dwight McNeil now looks like he may be going from Everton to Crystal Palace. So I think there's been certainly deals that have kept me busy, but certainly not to the extent of other windows where I've just felt completely kind of blown away by the amount of work that the clubs were doing.
Back at the end of August, start of September, everybody was marvelling at the business that Liverpool had done in the transfer window, and jaws hit the floor with the amount of money that they spent on Alexander Isak and Florian Wirtz and Hugo Ekitike. And we were looking forward to Liverpool running away with the Premier League title, strengthening in the way that they did. It hasn't quite worked out like that. How difficult is it to gauge who has a successful transfer window?
Yeah.
Because Liverpool have kind of proven that we don't know much.
Hindsight's 2020, right? And then you're absolutely right. I think every reporter and correspondent and journalist who were asked to do their pre-season predictions would have predicted Liverpool to run away with the title and probably win the Champions League. Now they may still have a chance of winning the Champions League, but I think the Premier League is probably beyond their reach now. And you're right, I think successful windows, transfer windows or recruitment strategies only really come to the fore after the window takes place. It's the results that matter. It's the results that dictate how successful a window is. Now, if you look at this window, if I look at it now and if I look at Manchester City, and I think that they've probably had the most successful window. They've strengthened in key areas. Marc Guéhi and Antoine Semenyo, who players at clubs all over Europe were courting. They managed to get both of those players over the line. The interesting element of that is that they managed to do those two players on long-term contracts, despite this speculation over the manager as to whether Pep Guardiola is going to be there for the foreseeable future. So for them, I think they will be very happy with their business now, but we may be sort of 4 or 5 months down the road and think maybe they should have done something else.
And are there any other clubs that you've been keeping across that you think can be happy with the work that they've done compared to where they were at the start of January?
People won't agree with me, but I think Tottenham will look at the signing of Conor Gallagher as a success. I think they needed leaders in that squad, and he's certainly one of those. I think it's unfortunate for Tottenham that they couldn't get the Andy Robertson deal over the line. I think he would have been perfect for them. They're crying out for a player like that with that kind of leadership. But I think the Conor Gallagher deal will be a successful deal because I think he's an excellent player.
And it's going to be interesting to see what happens as well. Just lastly, Sammy, with all of these players wanting to make a case both for England, for Scotland, and indeed all countries, with the World Cup coming up this summer, there's going to be a real intensity for these last few months of the season.
Absolutely, notwithstanding the trophies that are up for grabs. Clubs like Manchester City, Arsenal, Liverpool. Will all be having their eyes on certain trophies and different trophies. But you're right, the personal incentive for international players is massive. To go and play at a World Cup is the pinnacle for any player, and then it's within reach now. So these guys won't want to do anything to jeopardise that.
Going to be fascinating to see what happens. The window shuts in less than 5 minutes now, Sammy, but still all of those deal sheets, plenty more can still happen as we learnt in the summer. But for now, thank you very much. Stay with us here at the BBC Sports Centre.
We are all massively influenced by our past. And the story is exceptional.
To make it all the way, the odds back then in rural Egypt, 0.
Liverpool have completed the signing of Liverpool.
The setbacks that he's faced could all have gone so differently.
It's been a sad World Cup for him.
And yet he managed to make it.
Coming from Egypt, it's a lot of pressure.
He'll forever be trying to prove people wrong.
He's shown over and over again that he doesn't give up.
been such a long road to get to this point, and then last year was a huge disappointment. Robbie had to step up as the manager.
A lot of people said I had to scratch the itch, but I never ever wanted to be a manager. It's been the best 4 years of my life.
Tony was the king of Finch Farm.
Turning up in them dressing rooms in the early days, that was lively.
I'm missing football. I want to be in that dressing room like that.
I actually do suffer from stitches. You should breathe through something. How'd you do that?
Listen on BBC Sounds.
You're live at the BBC Sports Centre. We have got, 2.5 minutes now until the transfer window shuts in England. Just a reminder too, 11 p.m. is the deadline in Scotland, and tomorrow for the Women's Super League as well. We've got our reporters standing by to bring you the very latest on those last-minute deals as we cross the transfer deadline. But we do have one confirmed deal to bring you. Sunderland have agreed a deal worth up to £17.5 million for the Anderlecht and Ecuador winger Nilson Angulo. 22-year-old leaves Belgium after 3.5 years, 15 goal contributions this season across 30 appearances elsewhere. Ademola Lookman has swapped Atalanta for Atletico Madrid. Crystal Palace's Jean-Philippe Mateta is staying after his deal with AC Milan fell through due to medical issues. Wolves, though, have accepted an offer from Palace for Jorgen Strand Larsen, £48 million that one. Sheffield United expected to complete a loan move for the Manchester City midfielder Calvin Phillips. Tottenham are still working on a loan deal for the teenage Heart striker James Wilson. As for Harry Wilson, Fulham have rejected an approach from Everton, but Everton closing in on a deal for Chelsea's Tyreek George instead. Nottingham Forest have tabled a third offer for the Celtic midfielder Arne Engels. That's worth up to £25 million, but sources indicating that offer is short of the club's valuation. Liverpool have agreed a deal for the defender Jeremy Jacquet. He's been offered a 5.5-year contract, having a medical, not expected though to move to Anfield until the summer. And we are waiting confirmation of the Chelsea defender Axel Disasi and his expected move on loan to West Ham United. And Matt O'Reilly has been recalled from Marseille and has gone back to Brighton. But for one last time on transfer deadline day, we will come back into the newsroom because whilst the window is fast approaching and the closure of the window is fast approaching, we have got our reporters still keeping across all of those deals because, as we know, 7 o'clock doesn't mean the deadline. We've got the deal sheets that can still be submitted and all of the deals that basically we've been waiting on through the course of the whole day still to be completed. And Nick Masheter is looking very excited there for a minute. Maybe a slight bit of a false alarm, but Nick, just as the window looks to be shutting, where are we at with some of these moves?
Very, very, very close. One in particular, which I can't say for probably another minute or two, as it's maybe slightly under embargo.
I tell you what, well, the window has now closed, so the 7 p.m. deadline has closed. So can we announce something?
We can announce Jorgen Strand Larsen's departure from Wolves to Crystal Palace. That has finally gone through. And I'm just having a look at it right now. And so, yeah, the announcement from Wolves has just come through, and I'm sure we'll get details from Palace momentarily.
Great stuff. So we finally have a deal completed in the Premier League today. Jorgen Strand Larsen from Wolves to Crystal Palace. A couple of other deals that you're keeping an eye on as we've ticked past the deadline now? Yeah,
again, at Wolves, obviously Strand Larsen going out, which means Adam Armstrong is likely to come in. Again, we're just waiting on confirmation from that one. As I said before, Shea Adams isn't happening. And Arne Engels looks like it's, Nottingham Forest have failed in their attempts to prize him away from Celtic.
Great stuff. Nick, we'll let you get back to it. He's got plenty of work to do. We'll make our way down the line with our reporters. Sharon Hafez keeping across all things Manchester City and a couple of the outgoings, as we've been saying for the course of the last few hours. Waiting on the Calvin Phillips news. Where are we at?
Yeah, I'm told there's no sort of issues with that, so it should be announced any time in the next half an hour, who knows, but it should be done that, yeah.
Great stuff, Sham. Thank you very much. We'll make our way down to Adam Patel, keeping across all things Liverpool for us, and the big deal for Jeremy Jacquet. Expecting any problems with that?
Expecting no problems whatsoever. But like I said, it doesn't have to be done by 7 p.m. Liverpool are confident that a deal will get done, and Jeremy Jacquet will be a Liverpool player in the summer.
Great stuff. We'll move our way round to Simon Stone, who's keeping across all things at Manchester United. Not a great deal of movement at Old Trafford over the course of the whole transfer window, and today has been no different. Manchester United probably reflective of a quiet transfer deadline day, Simon.
Yes, although we have had a deal because James Scanlon, the under-21s forward, Gibraltar international, he has joined Swindon on loan until the rest of the season, so he's going to be part of their drive for promotion out of League Two. So that's as big a deal as there's been at Manchester United today. Ethan Wheatley's also gone to Bradford. I'm expecting Jacob Devaney, the under-21 skipper, to join St Mirren, but the Scottish deadline's slightly later, so that can wait a little while. The main news with Manchester United is that Tyrell Malacia wanted to go out. He thought he was going to go to Turkey, but Manchester United have said no because they want cover, because Patrick Dorgu's out for potentially until April. So, yeah, it's a quiet day at Manchester United. It's slightly busier elsewhere. Matt O'Reilly, the former Celtic player, he's gone back to Brighton. He was on loan at Marseille for the first half of the season, but Fabian Herzl has made it clear he's going straight back into his squad. And the other deal at Everton, they're going to sign Tariq George from Chelsea, an exciting young player. It's a loan, but it looks as though there's going to be an option rather than obligation to buy, and that fee could be quite high. So that is another deal that's likely to go through.
And we will watch this space. Obviously, the deadline has shut in England. Still got a couple of hours to go in Scotland. Where can you keep up to date with all of those deals? Well, the BBC Sport website is going to be the best place for you. And we have been loving your reaction through the course of the day. Plenty of you having your say on what has been, to all intents and purposes, a very quiet transfer deadline day. But Emma Middleton, you have been still kept busy.
Oh, I have indeed, and those comments have given me plenty of joy across the past 4 hours, so thank you for staying in touch. And I've just been going through the latest comments to see how we're all feeling at the end of what has been a rather quiet window, but hopefully these last few comments will put a smile on your face. Anyone, this top comment coming from Steve Clark in Croydon: I've seen more moves in a game of chess than I have in this window. I think that does sum it up quite nicely, Steve, so thank you for that one. Or how about this from Paul in Newcastle: this deadline day has been the equivalent of waiting for the longest VAR review ever. Again, I'm sure people will fully be on board with you on that one. There was a bit of a last-minute flurry of conversation around Sheffield United's move for Man City's Calvin Phillips, but we don't know whether that will get over the line just yet, even though it has gone 7 o'clock. Adam Manning says, I know his Ipswich loan last year wasn't too big a success, but surely he's too good for Sheffield United, and Leeds or West Ham would be a better place for him. Or another comment coming in from Anders on that: outside shout, but Calvin Phillips back to Leeds for the rest of the season makes more sense. I can't believe he's only just turned 30. What happened? So again, there's still more conversation to come on that, and you can follow all the updates on the BBC Sport live page, which will be going for the rest of the evening. And final thought, don't you worry, it's just 133 days until the summer transfer window opens on the 5th of June, so maybe we'll get more action then.
I don't think it's possible to have much less action on a transfer deadline day, but Emma, thank you very much for keeping across all of your comments. And as Emma was saying, the live text on the BBC Sport website is going to be carrying on for the rest of the evening. Just a reminder of the big news that has just broken in the last few minutes. Jorgen Strand Larsen has completed his move from Wolves to Crystal Palace, a fee of £48 million, scored 20 goals in 64 appearances at Molineux. 14 times last season. The 25-year-old has joined for a club record fee on a 4.5-year deal. The Monday Night Club is up and running right now on 5 Live and BBC Sounds. You can keep across all of the latest goings on, all of those final confirmations too, as we tick past the deadline, and indeed the deadline in Scotland coming up at 11 p.m. as well. But from all of us here at the BBC Sports Centre, thanks for watching. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.